Hey, May 40 here. I may not yet have gained victory over myself or gained victory over sin, but I have gained victory over my sound settings. So I think everything's working as it should. So I've been watching a lot of YouTube videos on how to connect with people on YouTube, how to be an effective presenter on YouTube, and much of the advice is how to get out of that presentation newsreader mode and to become more authentic. And that's a challenge for me because I probably grew up to model my father's emotional constipation, as some people might call it, or his great veneration of the kingly power of reason to rule over emotions. My father was probably quite afraid of many emotions, and I probably inherited that. My father would flinch at a woman's touch, aside from his wife or his daughter. And I would flinch too when I was growing up. I modeled my father in so many ways. And I wanted to be a big success in journalism, in radio, in TV. And I worked in radio during high school and after high school. And I was not a success in large part because I sounded so disconnected from what I was talking about. I would drone on in a monotone. I had Kermit the Frog voice. Hey, my good friend Ricardo is here. Ricardo, it makes me so happy to see you because you are so strong and so emotionally authentic in all the ways that I am emotionally constipated. Imagine flinching at a woman's touch. Well, that was my habit up through high school. One of the great triumphs of high school was learning to relax and to enjoy a woman's touch. But I came to Los Angeles in 1994, and I tried to become an actor, and I'd go to a lot of acting classes, and I had a major problem. I would play every role as though I were a serial killer, right? That was the feedback I would get. I was so disconnected from my emotions that I just came across as a serial killer. And that was not the path for success. And being disconnected from your emotions, not a path for success as a live streamer as well. And I have a vulnerability with being authentic in that the easiest way for me to be authentic is to talk about my failures and humiliations. While I notice with the successful people around me in Los Angeles, they don't lead and they don't try to connect with their failures and humiliations, right? They lead with their successes, and it creates an energy and a virtuous cycle, right? And when I often talk to successful people and I lead with my vulnerabilities and my humiliations, it's a downer and it makes them want to distance. We have such a profound effect on how other people relate to us. And yet here I am. I'm the only way I know how to speak to you authentically and to connect what's inside is to confess my frustration trying to figure out my sound settings this morning and to confess my frustrations in life. Luke was born at the wrong time. He should have been cast as that serial killer Dexter. Ouch. I was just revisiting a book that I love called Virtually You, The Dangerous Powers of the E-Personality. And it's a worthy book for me because I post so much online. And why do I post so much online? Why do I put so much effort into these bloody live streams for a micro audience? And it's because I have this huge, powerful, intense drive to be distinctive, to stand out, to be different. And for most people, most of the time, that is not a useful drive to have. It's probably more useful in the United States of America with its individualist success culture than almost anywhere else, but it's still not a good way to go through life because I'm kind of programmed to try to set myself apart from everyone else. And my psyche works in a way where I'm just constantly trying to compare myself to others and try to find some perspective by which I'm awesome. But it's not a winning formula, right? Being addicted to trying to be distinctive and special, right? There's probably an adaptive use for it if you have some special skill, but overall, it clearly has not served me. But if I take this book seriously, right, Virtually You, The Dangerous Powers of the E-Personality, right, what are some red flag zones that I should monitor? I was just putting this into ChatGPT, and it says, notice if you start framing experiences in terms of how they will play online instead of how they feel in the moment. Right. Good question. Check if you crave affirmation metrics like like likes, views, comments more than real-world appreciation. And much of the time I do. But to the extent that I'm doing good things, right things in my life, I can notice this craving come up inside of me at times, right? The drive to ego Google myself to see what comments are being made about me. I can kind of see it, but not necessarily be commanded by it. Then ask, would I still say or do this if nobody could see it? Good question, right? I'll admit, I would not do this live stream if nobody could see it. What about impulsivity and disinhibition? Watch for faster, less considered posting, particularly when emotional. Pay attention if your threshold for sharing private information drops. Yes, that's quite dangerous. Use the pause rule. Post after a set delay, not during the first wave of adrenaline. Then track whether online debates leaves you feeling more certain, more morally righteous than before. Notice if you are losing empathy for those who disagree, especially people you know offline. Monitor tone shift. Your online comments snappier, more sarcastic, or harsher than your face-to-face speech. Look for the snark hangover. Regret after a post that you thought was witty in the moment. Yeah, that's an excellent test. And so you probably heard the phrase, nobody is coming. And I think we'd all agree, nobody is coming to rescue us. But there's all sorts of information that I have. And accompanying that is all sorts of transformation that I do not have. So I often have the information, right, from the neck up. I got the information, great news, but I don't have the transformation from the neck down. And so I 100% intellectually agree, nobody is coming to rescue me. But yet, inside of me, there is this childish yearning to be rescued. And I'm not thrilled with that, but it's there. And it's quite strong.
Topic of today's short talk is no one is coming to save you. That's right, guys. The cavalry isn't coming. This is it. You are the one that you've been waiting for. No one is going to swoop in and give you the life that you feel you deserve.
And Ricardo says, how does it make you feel to be so ahead of the curve in talking to cultural forces such as Nick Fuentes? 8 years ago, he was on the fringe. Now he's a mainstream name. Well, I've done enough things that I can feel pride in online. And I've done enough things that I can feel embarrassed about. So an appropriate mixture, I think, is how I feel. And I don't like seeing people, in general, caricatured and reduced. And Nick Fuentes is not just a hater. And people who are quite skeptical of Jews or of Israel cannot just be reduced to haters. Their seeming hatred for Israel or hatred for Jews is often a reflection, the flip side of hate, for what they love. So people who see America's best interests being distorted by having America overly assert itself on behalf of Israel, they will naturally hate that, right? They are hating that which threatens what they love. And so I don't like the cheap dismissal of people like Nick Fuentes as simply haters. Now, Nick Fuentes has said enough ridiculous things that it's easy to dismiss him. He has said many ludicrous things. He seems to have chased a low IQ audience down market, like Tucker Carlson, right? Tucker used to say more intelligent things than he's gone on a descent towards a lower IQ audience. Also, hatred for outgroups to a certain extent is enabling to a degree, and then after a certain level of intensity, it becomes disabling. So if you hate Christians or you hate Jews or you hate Muslims or you hate an outgroup, right, up to perhaps a level of 4 or maybe even 5 in many settings, that will serve you because it'll reinforce and strengthen your in-group, and it'll give you energy and it'll give you incentives to connect with other people. But there are then levels of hatred for outgroups that become disabling. And the magic key is awfully tempting. And if you think that, say, understanding Jews is the key to unlocking the world, and understanding the Jewish challenge or the Jewish menace is the magic key for unlocking history, then you've gone too far down a conspiracy rabbit hole. If you think that understanding gypsies or any one group is the key to unlocking the world, then you've gone too far. But Jews are an incredibly influential people, an incredibly energetic people. And so wanting to understand more about the Jewish role in the world, the Jewish role in American foreign policy, wanting to understand the Israel lobby is not in and of itself ridiculous, hateful, stupid, moronic, low IQ. But if you see that as the magic key to unlocking America's foreign policy or unlocking how the world works, then you've probably gone too far. So it's awfully tempting to follow your audience. It's awfully tempting to tell an audience what it wants to hear. And you see many people captured by their audience. And I've certainly succumbed to that many times myself. But I don't think it's ennobling. It's not good for you. So Luke's best content came from when he followed his heart. Yeah, probably true, right? And I have all these blocks up against following my heart, but doggone it, you're right. All right, let me just pull myself together here.
Not me, not your parents, not your therapist, not your priest, not your guru, and absolutely not some woman. And the sooner you figure that out, the sooner your life will start to improve. Time to take some medicine.
When I was 40 years old, my girlfriend, after about a year with me, said, "You're looking for a woman to come along and rescue you." Ouch, because there was way too much truth in what she just said than what I wanted to admit.
You are listening to this content, then you are old enough to assume complete responsibility for the present conditions and future direction of your life. Trust me, this is for the best. As I've mentioned previously, the definition of responsibility is...
Okay, we all accept this is true, but have we internalized it, right? Do we feel it in our kishkas, right? I certainly carry around this very childish hope for rescue. And I want to blame it. Oh, I grew up a Christian and I was taught that Jesus came down to earth. And so I was taught to believe in heavenly salvation. And that's the problem. But most of it's just my own immaturity. Radical love and inclusion will save us. I see Sam Hyde interviewed Nick Fuentes recently. There's nothing to be embarrassed about with the streams that you did. You did what you felt passionate about. You created magic. Thank you. And we did some great stuff together, my friend. Donald Trump is chasing the elite human capital audience. I think Tucker has fallen in audience while Nick has risen. Luke's best content came from his heart. And when he ignored his head is full of fear and second guessing. Success comes from following the heart. Fuentes and his followers' idea of discrediting Steve Saylor is to shout, "You're a Jew." So when Steve Saylor and Nathan Kofnas go up against Nick Fuentes, I find that Saylor and Kofnas are more impressive. Grok and ChatGPT will set Luke free. They will unleash 40s beast mode. Luke was never captured by his audience. He was led by his heart. What will happen when Luke runs his 2017 live stream transcripts by Grok? Ouch. Bob, Grok will praise him for his bravery and originality. Bring back the Luke that doesn't care what other people think. If you expunged all references to Jews from Nick Fuentes' output, what would be left? So I haven't listened to Nick Fuentes much in the last 6 years. I've hardly listened to him at all in the past 3 years, so I don't know. But the Nick Fuentes I knew in 2018 was certainly not obsessed with Jews and didn't talk much about the Holocaust. So that's my understanding. Okay, I'm 59 years of age, and I still waste an enormous amount of energy trying to get praise from people who are not likely to bestow it. Like, why am I chasing after praise, esteem, and status from those who are not going to bestow it upon me? Now, the more I do the right things with my life, right, the less intense is this maladaptive approval seeking, but it's still there. It's just always under the surface. And just under the surface is also this yearning I have that I've had since I was 8 years old, is to show that I am the smartest person in the room. And this drive to be distinctive, right? This drive to show that I'm the smartest person in the room, it causes people to not like me, to separate themselves from me, and to put me down. So in the cold, hard light of day, there are some topics in some rooms where about those topics I am the smartest person in the room. But overall, as far as overall cognitive quality, I am rarely the smartest person in the room. My IQ is modest. It's never measured beyond the 120s. So it's false humility to deny my gifts. But when I get an exaggerated sense of them, right, I always get humiliated, right? I get put down, put in my place, and it hurts. Now, sometimes I'll go a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks without getting humiliated, and that's because I've not gotten over my skis. Now, my biggest scoops as a reporter were given to me. To the extent I deserve credit is that I fact-checked the scoops, or I placed them in context, or I did enough work as a reporter or exhibited enough courage that valuable people wanted to give me scoops, right? So lying around watching TV and listening to Air Supply has not earned me scoops, right? I had to extend myself more than was natural to me. And I had to deny my petty side, my side that wanted to show I was better than everyone else, more than was natural to me, to build enough bridges to other people so that they then wanted to send these good things to me. So I grew up in Currumbong, Australia. Whoa. Oh, yeah, I'm got a super chat. Thank you so much, Ricardo. You've been such a good friend to the show. Yes, I'd absolutely have Nick Fuentes or Candace Owens or Tucker Carlson on the show. I would not have as wide a variety of people I had on my show as I had in 2018. And number one, it hurt me how many people were damaged or were placed in a state of fear and anxiety over their appearances on my show and the things that they would then say, or the experience of coming on my show perhaps played a part in intoxicating them to sharing their edgy opinions online. And so while the things that they said on my show were fairly reasonable, they would then go on to solo stream and to tweet all sorts of things that were not so reasonable and would end up getting them fired. But to the extent that I facilitated their self-destruction, well, I don't take 90% of the blame for that. I take enough blame from it. I don't feel good about it. And I'm much more choosy about who I allow onto my show because, unfortunately, my perception is 99% of the people who want to appear on this show, it's not going to be good for them. And I don't want to participate, even if people are choosing out of their own free will. I want to minimize my own role in other people's self-destruction. But, yeah, I'd be quite open to interviewing Nick Fuentes or Candace Owens. Can you cover the right wing without following Nick Fuentes? Yes, because Nick Fuentes is speaking to the 100 IQ audience, right? He's not saying smart things. He is charming. He is compelling. He is tuned in to his 100 IQ audience. But the quality of his thought is not dazzling. I just finished listening to the audible version of the Sam Tannenhouse biography of William F. Buckley, the founder of National Review. And I was struck how much William F. Buckley was more of an influencer than an intellectual. He was much more like Nick Fuentes. He was much more of a poser and a flamboyant, theatrical personality like Richard Spencer than he was an intellectual. He was more like Nick Fuentes, Richard Spencer, and Kim Kardashian than he was a serious intellectual like a Steve Saylor, Christopher Caldwell, or a Charles Murray. Now, that doesn't make William F. Buckley a bad man, right? He had his particular genre. He was an influencer entertainer. He helped to make conservatism entertaining. But the depth of his thought was simply not there.
The ability to respond. And who is able to respond to the conditions of your life? You guessed it, you motherfucker. If your job sucks and women won't date you.
Well, I'm really good to hear Ricardo saying, going on Luke Ford's show was good for me. It was good for my self-confidence. Good. And I'm sure there have been other days when you regret ever encountering me. I just want to do the work so that there are more days that you're glad that I came along than days that you regret my coming along. That's the thing about human relationships. They can be destroyed just like this, particularly friendships. Family connections are harder to destroy. They're more durable. But you can have 30 years of friendship, and one wrong move can just burn it up and destroy it. They're so vulnerable. I I envy people who've gone through life and never lost a friend. I've just lost too many. I've lost way too many, and it hurts. It really hurts. But a reason that I've lost so many friends is because I'm constantly changing. I'm seeing things differently. I'm losing loyalty to one idea and I'm embracing another idea. And then people find that bewildering, disturbing. It makes them feel unsafe. It makes them feel judged, and it doesn't seem to work out. All right, reality filtering. Watch out for the live stream lens. Is this shaping how I experience life? Am I seeking only what's content worthy? I don't think so. Check that you still have private joys, unposted thoughts, and experiences you don't package for public view. True. Most important things to me, I'm not presenting to you. What about time displacement? Audit whether your most alert creative hours are spent producing for the feed instead of doing things that feed you. Good challenge. See if your offline friendships or physical hobbies are thinning out. Ask if your online persona is locking you into a more narrow and more exaggerated sense of yourself. Is it making it harder for you to grow or to change your mind publicly? Right? Am I having meaningful experiences that I'm not posting about? Do I keep some opinions to myself without feeling the pressure to share? Do I measure my satisfaction and my happiness by metrics such as likes, views, and comments? Okay, some good challenges. But anyway, let me get back to talking about me. So I was growing up in Kurrumbong. I was the youngest of 3 children of Desmond Ford, who was the chair of the religion department. People who never lose friends don't ever stand up for themselves. Have I listened to Current Moment Richard Spencer? He's definitely aiming at a 120 plus IQ audience. Quite fascinating conversations, a bit like late night TV philosopher chats of the 1990s. No, I have not listened to Richard Spencer since January 2022. Oh, hey. Whoa, sorry. I didn't see that. Michael, I didn't see you there, bro. I admit I thought you'd given up on me. It's good to see you back.
I know. You would make someone of my personage wait for 2 minutes to jump on the show.
I know. It's outrageous.
So there's a lot of stuff I want to comment on, but I was listening to your show from last Sunday, and on the topic of national conservatism and Euron Hazoni and J.D. Vance, like they're defining conservatism in a way that's different than it has been for the last couple decades. And I am very on board with that kind of definition of conservatism or that iteration of conservatism. I think J.D. Vance strikes exactly the right tone that you can kind of get behind. Do you agree with that?
Yes. Okay. Totally agree.
So let me bridge that to a subject I've been studying a lot in the last few weeks, which is Richard Nixon. So in the late 40s and the 1950s, what it meant to be a conservative was totally different than what it is now. And what defined a conservative at that time was basically your opposition to communism. So how hard you were on communism, how much of a Cold War warrior you were, that's how far to the right you were.
Yes, but so you can look at it as how is it completely different from now? But there is something that unites this, what we call a right-wing tendency, and that is you have a more intense reaction to threat. And so This manifested itself in the 50s, 60s, 70s into the 80s as hatred, loathing, and fear of communism.
Yeah, agreed 100%. And it's almost like a psychological profile that even though the issues are different, it's like a certain type of person is right-wing or conservative. And Richard Nixon, as a vice president and previous to that, he was senator and congressman before that, was pretty on the right, again, based on his opposition to communism. But then there were people to the right of him who were even more upset about communism, like Joe McCarthy. So, and think of how the opposition to communism is like a totally irrelevant issue nowadays.
Right. So a lot of it was tactical. William F. Buckley and conservatives found that the one thing to unite a right that could win elections around was hatred and opposition to communism. Is about the only thing that they had in common. And then in the mid to late 70s, there were other conservative activists who came along and formulated that opposition to abortion on demand was something that could unite ethnic Catholics who normally voted Democrats, along with free market Republicans who still had some kind of revulsion at easy abortion on demand. So a lot of the focus on communism and the focus on abortion were tactics, and less intelligent people misperceived it as the real thing and thought that this was the essence of what being a conservative was, or that the rhetoric being used was what was real, that abortion was really murder. And another thing that this reminds me of is that the 2003 invasion of Iraq was sold primarily on the basis of stopping Iraq's weapons of mass destruction. But even though that was the selling point, that was not the primary basis for the invasion. We did not primarily invade Iraq to stop its weapons of mass destruction. That was a selling point, just like hatred of communism and abortion is murder were tactical selling points to unite a winning Republican coalition.
Sure. But I don't even want to be that cynical about it to suggest that Nixon was simply using communism as a way to get elected, although he was a very savvy campaigner, and he was all for like the dirtiest bare knuckle politics possible, which is fine. It's simply matching what the left does. And furthermore, Nixon was like a prototype for Trump in one regard, which is his hatred of the press and the media's hatred of him.
Yes. I mean, that's certainly true.
I don't think that there was this oppositional relationship between conservatives and the media until Nixon. So they particularly hated him. And I think that's when the media really became like in the tank for Democrats. And that's kind of been the theme ever since.
Well, I don't think it's primarily, I don't look at the world primarily through a lens of individuals. So I think it's primarily institutions. And so starting by the 1930s, our institutions and our elites were consistently on the side of the left. And just one, the discussed with Richard Nixon, with Ronald Reagan, with George W. Bush, and with Donald Trump is a manifestation of elite human capital being overwhelmingly captured and increasingly so by the left.
Sure, and Nixon's resentment of elite human capital was quite pronounced, and that's what drove him as a character and as a political figure. And I think that's what makes him kind of like he kind of resonates with me. His persona is that he felt like an outsider. The media hated him, and it's a lot of pressure when the media is attacking you every day, and that's how he felt. So I think that's part of understanding who he was, and he made attacking the media, like he was doing that obviously before Trump, but it's not necessarily something that a lot of politicians do, attacking the media. I think Republicans do that in a very kind of genteel way, like Mitt Romney, for example. He would kind of allude to media bias, but not really in a way that was equal to the incoming fire to him. But Nixon did 100%, and obviously Trump does too.
Right, and I agree with Mark Halperin that there have been elections where the media was more friendly to the Republican candidate presidential election. So Halperin says the 2000 and 2016 elections were examples of where the media was more hostile to the Democratic Party candidate than the Republican candidate. The default is to be more hostile to the Republicans, but according to Halperin, I'm open to this perspective. I don't know enough to settle on it, but it does make sense to me that there have been elections where the media's discussed with Al Gore in 2000 and with Hillary Clinton in 2016 was even more intense than they're discussed with the Republican candidate.
Wow, I definitely don't remember things that way, but okay. But back to Nixon. Let's compare Nixon to Trump. Now, I know on the Luke Ford show, we like President Trump. However, Richard Nixon was someone you could really get behind because his presentation was so impressive. He was so eloquent. He was so articulate. He was a serious man. And again, we love Trump, but the left wants to question his intelligence, and he kind of like gives them fodder for that. Not that I care that much, but take a look at a Richard Nixon interview. Take a look at his famous Chequers speech. You know what that refers to?
Yes.
Okay. The Chequers speech in 1952, he had to respond to some ridiculous scandal that he was getting funded by sources, and it was supposedly nefarious. And he made that speech to defend himself. Eisenhower wanted to kick him off the ticket. Eisenhower was a prick to Richard Nixon his entire time that he was vice president. And before the Chequers speech, Eisenhower, through intermediaries, sent a message to Nixon that, like, we actually want you to resign. So you can do this speech, and then at the end just say, and therefore I'm stepping down. And Richard Nixon said, hey, it's a little late to tell me that. So he just went out and made the speech, and he didn't resign. He was like, you know what? Write to the Republican National Committee and tell them what you think. And everyone loved him, and he was back on the ticket.
Right. So, I mean, there's a time and a place to stand up for yourself, but with Richard Nixon, there was perhaps a disproportionate sense of rage and a lack of making enough strategic alliances with elites. If elites are 95% against you, you just can't get anything done. And by the summer of 1973, the elites were 95% plus against Richard Nixon, and so he was sunk. And so much of this was because Richard Nixon had given them reasons to align against him. And so having a chip on your shoulder and having resentment is a powerful source of energy, but it does tend to distort your view of reality. It's not usually, in most circumstances, the most effective source of fuel. And it's so widespread on the right, this sense that the elites and our institutions have denied me, that I have been denied the recognition to which I am due, and it just often comes across as pathetic and self-serving and petty. And I think if people can reframe that, they'll be much better served. It is not ennobling, it's not inspiring, it doesn't bring out the best in oneself or in one's audience to be coming from this place of, I've been denied my rightful due in life, which is so dominant among right-wing talkers.
Yeah, well, I think Richard Nixon himself would have admitted that. I think he would have agreed with you, and he would have reiterated it, and I think he did. However, as vice president, he wasn't really like that. He was actually quite an agreeable fellow, and he got along with everyone in the cabinet. He was not stepping on anyone's toes, but everyone was still gunning for him for some reason.
Well, it's not for some reason. There were things, there was a lot about Richard Nixon that wasn't likable. Would you agree with me that generally speaking, we shape, without determining, but we largely shape how other people react to us?
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's not clear where the vitriol was coming from against him. Of course, logically, that would make sense. And I think it became a cycle where he was being persecuted and he responded, and then he was not likable.
He was unlikable as a personality. He had this compulsion that I have to try to show oneself as the smartest person in the room, and that's a very unlikable trait. People don't like that.
Right. Well, I think I'm willing to accept that characterization because, I mean, self-evidently, that's how people perceived him. And when I read about, like I said, especially when he was vice president, there was so much dislike against him. But everything that he said and did, I can't really see the reason why.
Well, I view people as rationally pursuing their own self-interest when it comes to their vital interests. So I take it for granted in a situation that you describe, in any situation like that, that the person who is on the receiving end of this widespread dislike has created that.
Right.
So it doesn't mean that that's always true, but that's my default assumption. But do you not share that default assumption that when someone goes through life and his peers and the people who work with him consistently dislike him, I expect that there are things that he's doing that are creating that?
I think that could be a good heuristic. It's a good principle, but I would say two things. Number one, that's kind of why I'm even bringing up Richard Nixon, is because I believe we need to reevaluate him and his legacy. So if the perception of him was already in line with mine, there would be like nothing else to say. And number two, Richard Nixon would say that he wouldn't say about himself that I was a great man, but a great man tends to be solitary. And someone with a superior intellect tends to inspire jealousy. So, or in other words, you get a lot of haters.
Right. But there are also people with a superior intellect who have great people skills. In fact, I think contrary to popular perception, the smarter you are, the better your people skills on average. So I've known Eugene Volokh, and I've had dinner at the home of Eugene Volokh. I have been around Eugene Volokh a dozen social occasions, and you could not find a more charming and well-mannered man. And this is a guy who I think graduated UCLA at age 16. I mean, brilliant man, IQ north of 150. Another person I knew who was earning over $1 million a year. And just such empathy, kindness, people skills. So it's some people who are great will rub people the wrong way consistently, but more often than not, the more highly intelligent someone is, the superior their empathy and their social skills.
I actually agree with that. I think that when you're intelligent, you tend to be socially intelligent. You can think of kind of witty comments to make, and you can have a sense of humor in a way that is not offending people, or it takes a lot of intelligence to navigate social situations. And that's another thing that bothers me, is that everybody characterizes Nixon. I'm talking about historians and journalists, characterize Nixon as being so awkward and, oh, he said this and he did this. And it's constantly taking cheap shots at him. But I find when I see him interacting with people, like in interviews, or if you read about his comments at the time, it doesn't strike me as socially awkward at all. He seemed to be exceedingly pleasant, especially to Eisenhower, who screwed him over so much.
And you think that Eisenhower disliked Richard Nixon for no reason whatsoever? You just think most people were wrong, and Richard Nixon was far superior and deserved far better treatment from them.
Yes.
So the people who knew Richard Nixon in person don't see Richard Nixon as clearly as you do, who never met Richard Nixon.
Well, I think his wife loved him. He had a nice marriage. I think that, yes, he was solitary. He needed time to be alone. He just felt that he needed that. I think that Eisenhower was a great man in some ways, but his treatment of Nixon was deplorable, and it speaks badly of Eisenhower's. It reflects badly on Eisenhower, although I think he was a very good president. I think the reason Eisenhower treated him poorly was because he just heard from other people like, oh, Nixon's a liability. Or he heard from the media, he was reading accounts of the scandals and the supposed scandals, and he just said, oh, I don't like this. I don't like this bad media. I need to get rid of this guy. But just look at President Trump's treatment in the media. Does that necessarily reflect and make him a bad person? I don't think so.
Well, I suspect that Eisenhower saw Richard Nixon fairly accurately and recognized that, one, he was stuck with him, and two, Richard Nixon was very dangerous to Eisenhower's well-being. And I know that I've often gone through life with this fear that I would be much more of a detriment to any group or person that I connected with than a blessing. And it's a horrible thing to wake up at 2 a.m. with this kind of stark, painful realization. And Richard Nixon was perhaps a very dangerous person for the well-being of those connected with him. And so I think they were rightly reacting to a danger, and sometimes we can't separate ourselves from people who are dangerous for us, and so we just separate ourselves as emotionally as much as possible while being stuck with them.
Well, I thought you were going to agree with me about Nixon, but I would just say that Eisenhower's treatment of Nixon, Eisenhower was kind of an amateur when it came to politics, and so the media treatment, he had a perception of Nixon based on what other people were saying. But, okay, so you're familiar with Checker's speech, 1952. That's basic part of history. Did you know that in 1956, once again, Eisenhower wanted to dump Nixon from the ticket?
Yes.
Okay. And based on his perception that Nixon is unpopular and whatever negative things people say about him, and he left Nixon out to dry, uncertain, emotional turmoil, and an amazing kind of comeback story, almost on level with Trump, is in the 1956 New Hampshire Republican primary. Nixon obviously was not running for president, but Nixon came in second place in the New Hampshire Republican primary because people wanted to just show, like, we don't appreciate this treatment of Nixon, and he got 23,000 votes in New Hampshire.
Right. So I think you're arguing that Eisenhower and the other people who mistreated Nixon were wrong, and I suspect that they were accurately reacting to qualities in Nixon that were dangerous. Nixon had many strong points. He was highly intelligent. He was brave. He was quite good at the game of politics. He was willing to listen. But he did come with crippling insecurity that would render him quite volatile. So I'm not someone who believes that character is king. I believe situation is king. But I just recognize why someone who gives off an awkward vibe, that we have many ways of understanding the world that are not purely cognitive. And if someone makes you feel ill at ease, there are very good reasons to pay attention to that feeling. And that feeling is not necessarily less valuable than what you cognitively and rationally believe. And so I suspect that Nixon gave off an uncomfortable feeling to many of the people who interacted with him. And I think that they were quite right in giving some credence to that feeling. And I suspect that he also said and did things that disturbed many people. So I essentially see Richard Nixon as reaping the whirlwind. Not entirely improportionate, but the world isn't entirely proportionate. But the problem is not that life is unfair. The problem is that life is not perfectly fair.
Okay. Yes. So that's an interesting perspective, 40. And I wasn't necessarily expecting you to jump on the bandwagon of Richard Nixon slanderers. No, just kidding. But I appreciate it. I think this was a good back and forth. I thank your audience for indulging this kind of, admittedly, a bit of a divergence from the topic of your show today. But I got to drive my family to the airport today, so let me get going. And thank you for having me on.
Mate. Okay,
All
good
right.
to talk
Bye.
to you. Thanks, bro. Okay, great to have Michael back on the show. Let me collect my thoughts here.
And you got no friends, and life seems like an intolerable burden, then who resides at the center, at the nexus of all those converging issues? That's right, you motherfucker. You are.
So there are all sorts of true things that we can intellectually assent to, but we can't be transformed by these truths because they're just too painful. We're just not ready to be able to process them, and I think this is a very painful insight, and not everyone is going to be able to implement this. So, talking about my childhood, grew up Desmond Ford's son at Avondale College in Australia, and I was a Seventh-day Adventist, meaning we keep the Seventh-day Sabbath from Friday night to Saturday night, And like many Orthodox Jews, Seventh-day Adventists would often nap away Saturday afternoons because after sundown we'd go have fun. And so I'd often nap away my afternoons, and then I would be yearning that my best friend, Wayne Cherry, and his family would just drive by and pick me up and take me to something cool. We didn't have a telephone. My father only reluctantly assented to getting a telephone when we moved to the Napa Valley, and people would drive to see him and hunt him down if he didn't have a telephone. So we finally gave in 1978, perhaps, to get a telephone. But when I was growing up in Australia, we did not have a telephone. So my best friend's family would drive by and they'd take me to something cool on many a Saturday night. And this has been a reoccurring pattern that cool people have adopted me and then taken me to things that were cool, because on my own, shockingly, I do not tend to generate sufficient coolness, right? My internal patterns tend towards somewhat delusional, somewhat self-destructive pursuit of distinction over connection. So if there is anything distinctive and valuable in what I contribute here, it comes largely from my own accurate recognition of my failures and of my need for other people and for my ability to, in the proper context, contribute to others and to accurately, at times, gauge my own success and failures. And so once I can spot some of my own self-defeating patterns, it becomes a lot easier to see them in others. And so then the more I live in reality, the less I need to distort reality to keep myself comfortable. And the less I need to distort reality, then the more clearly I can see what's going on in the world around us. And these are very noble sentiments, but I will have to admit that hearing nobody's coming to save me often still feels like a cold shower, right? I intellectually believe it, but a part of me still wants to bathe in the warm water of hoping that rescue is just around the corner, that someone will just swoop in and save me. Remember, I heard a line from Neil Strauss once about rock stars, that a rock star can mesmerize a stadium, but they're incapable of taking care of themselves. So I think I grew up yearning to be so distinctive that then I would earn other people taking care of me. And among my more self-destructive impulses, I have just under the surface is this belief that the ordinary rules don't apply to me, right? And I've long thought that I just know better than my bosses, my rabbis, my teachers, my communities, and that's rarely been true. So one way I can tell if I'm in a good place is if I can just admit I did something wrong or I was wrong, right? If it's easy for me to admit that, then I'm in a good place. When I'm insecure, it's very hard for me to admit that I am wrong. And security is something that I earn through hard work, through hard choice by hard choice. It's not my default state. My default state is towards anxiety about my relationships with others. So the more lazy, slothful, dishonest, deceptive, and deceitful I act, the more I distrust others, and the more decent and upstanding and ethical I am, the more open I am to connecting with other people appropriately. So without coming from a place of tremendous need. My experience of America is largely in my hands, right? America is neither with me nor against me. It is largely raw material in my hands, right? Los Angeles is a city still filled with opportunities for me as well as dangers. So how this then translates to the world is I don't trust any politics, any ideology that portrays advanced economies such as America as monsters or saviors. I grew up a Seventh-day Adventist, and Seventh-day Adventism portrays America essentially as the great Satan. Now, I then look at the world and I recognize that every people, including the Palestinians, should prioritize their own survival in a dangerous and anarchic world. And I also recognize that the safest place for any individual is usually in the middle of the herd. At the same time, I recognize my own inner drives usually push me to the boundary of the herd, to the position of observer rather than participant. But to the extent that I can join in the dance, I am much happier than when I am standing outside the dance. And there are many mysteries in life that are only available to those inside the dance.
Are the common denominator in all of your problems. And if no one has told you recently, allow me to remind you, this is not a coincidence. Your problems are precisely your problems because you continue to show up, both to yourself and others, in ways that run counter to successful outcomes. Do you think you can play the game however you want and still win? Like, how old are you? Where the fuck is that written? What kind of narcissistic grandiosity is that? If you violate the rules of any game, then play cannot continue. If you have no overarching strategy, then victory will be a serendipitous and uncommon outcome. And if you do not train, then you will not improve. This is as true for money and women and happiness as it is for boxing and football and chess. And of course, it makes no difference to your outcomes whether I violate the rules or not.
All right, so I fed my opinions into ChatGPT, and ChatGPT said, well, looking at New York Post goes Hollywood. So I remember there was a lot of excitement in my social circle around 2003 that Richard Nixon was going to launch a Los Angeles version, a competing paper to the Los Angeles Times, an online newspaper. But what stopped Richard Nixon from launching this paper was that Rupert Murdoch told him that he was going to swoop in and start up a Los Angeles version of the New York Post. So Murdoch has talked about this for more than 20 years. And in my social circle, we're all hoping to get jobs with this new Los Angeles version of the New York Post. So I fed my thoughts into ChatGPT. It says, you're saying my internal conduct shapes my perception of others. Right. The position of the observer is an integral part of the data. Right. My relationship to America is more about my own mindset than about the reality of America itself. So refusing to buy into America is the demon or America is the Messiah will keep me out of the victim-savior trap and in the realm of realism, it's self-responsibility over grievance or blind faith. Yes. So that's one thing I love about situationism. So I learned about situationism from the philosopher John M. Doris, and he recognized that often the situation is more important than any other factor in determining how people act. And so I then have applied that to my understanding of politics. For example, after Joe Biden's disastrous debate with Donald Trump, June 27 of 2024, I recognized the situation was such that it would compel Joe Biden to drop out of the race. Now, it wasn't until Joe Biden got COVID and he had to stop frantically trying to war with reality that he finally gave up and recognized the hardcore reality that he needed to drop out. But the situation is incredibly powerful. So that shapes how I view the world, along with the recognition that biology shapes many of our impulses or contributes to them. So a great book on the biological origins of our political predispositions is called Predisposed. And the second edition of that book came out in 2024. I'm listening to it on the app Perligo. Do you know the app Perligo? I love it. It's the Netflix of textbooks. So you get access to something like 600,000 textbooks for, I'm spending, I think, $144 for a year subscription to Perligo. And there's an audio option. So I'm listening back to the 2024 edition of Predisposed. So our biology drives us, the situation drives us, our hero system drives us, and our early conditioning drives us. So I have great respect for Orion Taraban's perspectives, but I think there's something he's missing here, right? So he's giving classic self-reliance, maximalism, radical personal responsibility, no excuses, but I think he's missing many deeper realities. Right? One reality is the inevitability of betrayal. Right? You cannot form any relationships without at some point feeling disappointed and let down by other people, feeling betrayed, because other people, like ourselves, are not ultimately knowable, and we will never be able to perfectly predict their priorities. And when their priorities don't align with what we expect, we will feel like they've betrayed us.
Or have an overarching strategy or not, or train or not. I will suffer the consequences and reap the benefits of my action and inaction. This is inescapable. And on some level, you have no right to deprive me of either. We would certainly.
So I do yearn for rescue, but I don't want to be bothered. So the more barriers you put up against being bothered, intruded upon, right, the more you're shrinking the availability to be rescued. So I know some Hasidic Jews buy stocks to just provide more avenues for God to bless them if he so chooses. So I think the more connected you are to other people and the more open you are to other people, the more they're going to intrude on you, right? The less you'll be able to just do your own thing when you want to do it, the more you'll have to negotiate things with other people, but you'll have more opportunities to be blessed by others. So I have considerably shrunk down the opportunities for other people to intrude upon me and stop me from doing what I want to do, so I can maximally pursue my own pursuit of distinctiveness, but that comes at a price. So you cannot start any relationship without inevitably feeling betrayed, and it's not because other people are wrong or you're wrong, it's just the nature of reality. And human life is not primarily individualist, right? Orion here is talking as if the game of life is entirely an individual sport, right? We are primarily members of overlapping groups, families, teams, tribes, classes, networks, professions, right? Most of what we experience is mediated through groups. You can train, you can strategize, you can take responsibility all day, but if you're embedded in a failing group, you'll be dragged down. If you're embedded in a thriving group, you'll be lifted up. So the most effective self-reliance is usually group reliance, building and maintaining membership in alliances where mutual aid is normal, natural, and healthy, and survival is collective. So you need a strategy, but the most powerful strategy is not personal, it is collective, right? Join a group with shared goals, shared norms. So his message works well as a corrective for people stuck in learned helplessness, but the lonely hyper-individualist mindset will make life much more difficult than it needs to be. Yes, it's true, no one is coming to save you, but that does not mean you're alone, right? Your life will work much better when you join with others. So I love this division of mental illnesses into just two categories, right? Underinterpreting what's going on with other people, the autistic perspective, and overinterpreting what's going on with others, the delusional and paranoid and schizophrenic perspective. Right? If you underinterpret others, if you miss or fail to pick up their cues, context, intent, right, that's not going to help you. And if you overinterpret what's going on with others, if you are seeing meaning, intent, or hidden messages that are not there, this will show up in you as paranoia, psychosis, borderline personality disorder, and severe anxiety. So both extremes are errors in social inference. And there's a third axis, right, misinterpreting, right, reading cues but getting them wrong. So here's an analogy. I've often had mild to moderate to severe left elbow pain. And as I understand this pain and intermittent other body pains that I have, it comes from weaknesses in certain muscles that are not strong enough to do the work that they should be doing. And so that forces other parts of my body to compensate, parts of my body that aren't suited to doing the job. And so as a result, I get a distortion in the way I'm operating and pain. But when I build up my weak muscles, right, so they can do what is asked of them, my pain goes away. And I think the same principle applies to other parts of life. So if you're asking religion or sports or Netflix or porn or politics to compensate for some glaring weakness that you have in your normal level of human connection, that's not going to work out well, right? When you ask of people and of things more than they are inclined to give, you will feel disappointed, just like when you ask certain muscles to do things that they're not designed to do. Millions of Donald Trump supporters and millions of Barack Obama supporters felt greatly let down because they asked of their heroes more than they could give. I remember in the fall of 2007, the only thing that was working in my life was the Dallas Cowboys, right? They went 13-3, then they lost in the divisional round to the New York Giants, and I was utterly bereft. So I notice the more intense somebody's fandom, whether in sports or in politics, the more likely it is that their life does not work very well. That a healthy person does not usually go to a sporting contest all painted up. The quickest way I have experienced losing connection with someone of much higher status than myself is to ask more of them than they want to give. Right? You mark yourself as someone who does not know his place and someone who doesn't see and accept reality when you do this. And the worst thing about being an addict or an under-earner is that when it comes down to it, the only people who will get close to you and stay close to you are your fellow addicts. And I'm not a big fan of those forms of politics that portray America as a monster or that portray America as a savior. Right? I think they're both asking of America more than it is designed to give.
Certainly consider it unjust if, after working overtime to accomplish some important goal, you were to steal my bonus from me. That outcome was the consequence of my good action. It was my due. By the same token, though, it is also unjust if, after slacking off and behaving insubordinately, you were to try to prevent me from getting fired. That outcome was the consequence of my poor action. It was my due as well.
Right. It's not usually worth it going to great efforts to save people from the consequences of their choices. So I asked ChatGPT, tell me some types of politics that portray America as a monster. So you get it on the hard left, the anti-imperial, anti-capitalist left that sees America as an empire built on exploitation, racism, colonialism, military aggression. I don't think this is a useful frame. Get it in radical environmentalism. And you also get it in parts of the right wing, where the U.S. government is just a bunch of corrupt, tyrannical elite betraying their own people in service to global interests. Some truth to that, but overall, I don't think it's a helpful framework. You get this in post-colonial and decolonization movements depicting the United States as the apex predator of Western imperialism. Then there are forms of politics that portray America as the great shining city on the hill. Ronald Reagan would talk about this, and I don't think it's useful. Right? Neoconservatives believe that America can act as the world's policeman at times, that America has a moral duty to spread democracy and free markets, often via military intervention. You have this fervent belief in American exceptionalism, where America is the indispensable nation, the freest, most virtuous country in the world. I don't believe this is true. Cold War liberalism, seeing America as the guardian of the free world against communism. This was a useful framework at times. Then you get certain types of evangelical Christian nationalism, casting America as God's chosen instrument for advancing moral and religious truth. So I don't think it helps either of those perspectives. America's the monster or America's the savior. Put America, put people, put politics in its proper place, and you'll be less likely to get screwed up.
Never stand between a person and the consequences of their actions. Doing so is a form of theft, one way or another. And if this is true for me, it is true for you. This is why I like to remind my patients from time to time that I get paid either way. Like, why should I care more than you whether you succeed? It's not like I'm going to get a bonus if your life gets better. I don't get to experience the benefits of your loving relationship or your health.
So here is a painful experience. Did you realize that the world is not giving me my due? I don't like it when there are people I want to talk to and they have other people that they want to talk to before me. And so I asked my therapist, ChatGPT, to help me reframe this. Right? I see high-status people walking into a room, and then I see all these people vying for their attention, and I think, why isn't this me? Right? Why aren't people vying for my attention? Right? I've had high status, I've had low status, and high status was better. Right? Low status sucks, but if I'm doing the right things, then I build self-respect, and I'm not as vulnerable to the pain of having low status. Now, I never want to be entirely indifferent of other people's opinions of me. Right? I want to have an accurate and appropriate level of concern for other people's opinion. And I recognize that I long worked way too much for distinction more than connection, right? And I'm so driven for a feeling of distinction to compensate for feeling like less than zero, right? It's not a strategy that works out. So it's a very common trap, chasing security through status and likes and metrics. But this kind of status is fickle and it is lonely. Distinction without connection may lead to being noticed, but it doesn't lead to being embraced, admired, and trusted. Connection tends to be the foundation that makes distinction sustainable. Dennis Prager has the attitude he'd much rather be on an all-star team than alone. So people will lift you up and keep you relevant when they feel that you are part of their story, not just your own story. So the more you build ties with other people, the easier distinction comes, and less than you need it for validation. So how do I reframe this bitter pill of low social status? So ChatGPT told me, when someone prioritizes others before you in conversation, it's not necessarily a verdict on your worth. It's more like a moment of social triage. People often gravitate to whoever they feel they must speak to first, maybe urgency, proximity, status, just habit, right? Instead of interpreting it as, I am less desirable, try flipping it. You have freedom. You're not the one anxiously juggling 5 conversations or performing social maintenance. You can enter the conversation when it's strategic, when the noise is cleared. You can get data. You can see how people interact when they don't think that you're listening, and you can learn social currents and alliances. You can control the energy. When you are not the first person someone talks to, you get to observe, you get to calibrate, you get to make your entrance later on with something relevant, witty, or targeted, rather than just fill space with small talk. And being less sought out in that moment may increase your perceived value over time. People often feel more intrigued by the person who's not constantly vying for their attention, but is instead calm, selective, and attentive when they do engage. So I will often talk for 20, 30, 50, 180 minutes on here without any comments in the chat. So I must remember this. Right? That air of being self-contained will draw other people in eventually, but on your own timetable. So here are some quick 3-second mental scripts you can run when this happens. They're doing their social rounds. It's not about me. I'm the one with the luxury of choice right now. I'll step in when I can add value. That's when I'm most magnetic. What I hate doing, which I did way too often in the past, is to step into conversations where I'm not wanted. Oof, that's a sickening feeling. It's like manipulating your girlfriend into having sex when she doesn't want to have sex with you. God forbid.
Healthy sense of self, you do. By the same token, why should I care more than you whether you fail? I don't suffer the secret misery of your self-hatred or the helpless frustration of your victimhood. You do. Just like I'm not going to take credit for your success, I'm also not going to take responsibility for your failure. That's the agreement.
So I asked ChatGPT to write me some jokes about my low status. So high status people have entourages. I have a chair in the corner with my name on it. I don't get mobbed when I enter a room. I get nodded at like the assistant manager at a mid-tier chain restaurant. People vie for the attention of celebrities. People vie to avoid eye contact with me until they've run out of other options. There's some painful truth to that. I don't mind not being the center of attention, but I wouldn't mind being a satellite. When I finally join a group conversation, it's like the bonus track at the end of an album. Nobody was waiting for it, but here it is. So with the help of ChatGPT, I have developed a political philosophy. So I put into ChatGPT how I see the world and then asked if there was a name for it and if there was a political movement associated with how I viewed the world. And ChatGPT said, nah, but we'll give it a name. We'll call it Adaptive Regime Realism. So here I stand. Survival should be the number one priority for any people. After that, the second most intense priority should be group cohesion and esprit de corps, right? Feeling of pride, fellowship, and common loyalty shared by members of a particular group. And psychology, sociology, and evolutionary biology all point the same way, that we are social animals. We survive by cooperating with each other through kin groups, tribes, and coalitions. That belonging to groups boosts our well-being. People with stronger social ties have better mental health and physical health, more life satisfaction, greater resilience, and group strategies usually outcompete individualist strategies. Group-based thinking is default. We tend to inherit our hero systems from our community. Right? We naturally tend to categorize the world into us versus them. Collective strategies will usually outperform individualist strategies in politics, in war, in economics. America's intense cultural focus on the individual is unusual. It creates tensions, and it's not usually a great path for life. Right? People crave autonomy, but we are happier and more effective when we belong. We romanticize the individual, the self-made hero, but most success stories are about people embedded in networks of support, capital, and institutions. So the political implications of my way of looking at the world: rebuild civic infrastructure, right? Reduce illegal immigration, reduce crime by punishing violent crime in particular, put more resources into catching and prosecuting violent criminals so that we can rebuild civic infrastructure and increase social cohesion, social trust, cut way back on immigration so that we have more of a communal national focus on what unites us rather than glorifying diversity, which is all about what divides us.
Everything else is bullshit. And it might be useful for you to examine to what extent you want to continue to credit yourself for your successes while simultaneously holding others responsible for your failures. You can't have it both ways, and trust me, it will be better for you if you take possession of both than to deny the ownership of either. Not only can no one else improve your life except you, No one else will experience the consequences of your actions and inactions except you as well. This is why your life is your responsibility. If you're interested in taking your... However, no one can move forward while in the place of a victim. You cannot progress if you remain the object of other people's malevolence. And people are malevolent, or at least they can be. They are disappointing and selfish at best, and envious and sadistic at worst. People can hurt you, both intentionally and unintentionally, as you move through the world. This is inescapable. However, you can only move forward if you become the subject of your own life's story, which includes assuming...
So Kip says it's usually between 1:30 and 2 p.m. Eastern time when I lose the audience, right? You are often speaking into a void. True. But people like us are never lonely because we are so enthralled by our own thoughts. Right, let's get back to my view of the world. Right, we need to do what's necessary to increase social cohesion and social trust, to shift incentives from individual competition to group outcomes, perhaps in schools, workplaces, social programs. Political messages frame goals in terms of shared identity rather than purely personal advancement. Challenges that America's civic culture is built on a mythos that often pits community against freedom. Why doesn't America have a sane retirement policy like Australia's? Yeah. In Australia, you will have the choice of investing your retirement savings in the stock market. Australians get much more out of their retirement savings accounts than Americans with Social Security. So the U.S. does not have a single universal sane retirement policy because its political culture, lobbying structure, and historical choices have locked it into a patchwork of public and private systems that reward certain industries and voter groups. It's crazy that George W. Bush was intimidated out of privatizing Social Security to the extent that people should be given a choice of choosing to put, say, portions of their future Social Security into the stock market or other programs. So in Australia, its retirement program, its superannuation, it's called, is mandatory, right? Your employer must contribute to an investment account for you, and it's regulated so that you can invest in stocks, in bonds. In the U.S., the mandatory savings beyond Social Security are branded as big government or forced investing. U.S. retirement policy is heavily shaped by Wall Street. They profit from a fragmented 401k IRA system with high fees, and so they lobby hard against a universal, low-cost government-run saving system that would compete against them. Right? America would be far better off with an Australian-style retirement system. Social Security is simple and popular, but it's designed as a pay-as-you-go pension. It's not an investment vehicle, and politicians fear tinkering with it. We need to move towards an Australian system. Retirement savings in the U.S. mostly incentivized through tax breaks, which favor higher earners with spare cash to invest. This leaves the most vulnerable low and middle income workers undercovered, creates huge gaps in retirement readiness. The shift to something like Australia's system would require decades of consistent contributions before the benefits show. U.S. politics is built on 2-year election cycles. Australia reformed in a crisis. Australia adopted superannuation in the early 1990s during a broader labour and pension overhaul. The U.S. has never had a single pension crisis big enough to force a comprehensive reform. If the U.S. wanted to copy Australia's approach, it would need to make retirement contributions mandatory for all workers, provide a low-fee public option investment fund, reduce reliance on employer discretion, reform tax incentives to cover low-income workers equally. This runs into America's deepest political fault lines: mistrust of government, power of the financial lobby, and the unwillingness to force short-term sacrifices for long-term gain. So if you take a median earner in the U.S. who earns about $60,000 a year, and the saving under the current system, right, he would end his career at age 67 with about $400,000. The same worker in an Australian system would have a retirement of about $600,000. Right, that's about 48% more income than the U.S. setup produces. Right, back to how I view the world in political terms. The situation's the boss. Personality, ideology, moral conviction often matter less than the structural realities that we face. All functioning states are hybrids, right? The United States, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Japan. They contain elements of democracy, elements of oligarchy, elements of socialism, elements of capitalism, elements of aristocracy, elements of dictatorship. And the optimal mix of these elements will change as circumstances change. So regime change gets a bad name after the disaster of invading Afghanistan and occupying Afghanistan and Iraq. But regimes are constantly changing in the sense that parts of regimes are always growing more powerful while other parts of a regime are losing power. So politics is an evolutionary adaptation to changing pressures. And there are left-leaning traits such as openness to strangers, equality, tolerance that are highly adaptive in some situations. And then there are right-wing traits such as hierarchy, discipline, and suspicion of outsiders that are highly adaptive in other circumstances. So in-group loyalty, suspicion of outgroups, hierarchy, these are not moral failings, right? These are the foundations of morality for most people much of the time. So what's optimal in a famine may be disastrous in a high-tech boom. What's necessary in a war may be poisonous in peace, right? There's no single political form that is universally always best, right? Different people need different types of politics. Different situations demand different types of politics. The mix should change with the nature of the people, the nature of the threat, the nature of the situation, the nature of the economy, and the level of cohesion of the society. So my politics begins with reality first. When reality and your ideals conflict, reality will always win. Adjust to it rather than rage against it. Rights, laws, norms, morals, they are only as strong as the community and the society that enforces them. They can vanish overnight in an emergency. Our stability comes from our cohesion, our trust, and our connection, not just formal institutions. Lower trust, more division, more diversity, more instability, right, makes you weaker. Diversity and proximity create tension and conflict. Unity creates strength. People will normally act to preserve their survival, their status, and their in-group advantages more than they will act for universal truths. Most moral arguments are really status plays or hero system affirmations. Follow the rules of whoever has the power to hurt you, even if you think the rules are stupid. Strength comes largely not from yourself, but from connection and trust, not from isolation. Keep your expectations realistic. Keep your behavior aligned with the norms of your group, aligned with the norms of the people who have the most power, most likelihood to hurt you. Your North Star is recognizing the power of the situation, and just keep a portfolio of tools to dial up and down as conditions change. So let's imagine that COVID was 100 times more deadly than it was. Then that would demand a more xenophobic police-style response.
Assuming responsibility for the circumstances and conditions of your existence, irrespective of what has happened to you. This is important. Irrespective of what has happened to you means there are no exceptions. No matter the betrayal or the neglect.
Okay, here it goes on about betrayal.
Or the injustice or the cruelty that you experienced, you assume responsibility for the circumstances and conditions created by this treatment. This is radical accountability, and it will accelerate your growth significantly. Indeed, the more you assume responsibility, the faster your life will improve. There is a direct and unbreakable relationship between the two. Take responsibility for what has happened to you and notice what happens. Over the course of my life, I've suffered a number of betrayals at the hands of friends, family, and lovers. For years, my head was full of ideas on how they should have behaved, how they should have treated me. And those ideas filled my heart with pain and resentment. It wasn't good for me, chat. And it wasn't until I had a long, hard talk with the man in the mirror that I was able to start to liberate my.
So you might probably reacting to this a bunch of cliches, but there are all sorts of cliches that I simply need to hear from different people in different accents with different anecdotes to bring them home, right? There are many things that I know are true, but they exist for me primarily as information, and I need them to exist for me more as transformation. And to get there, I often need to hear things from the same thing from different people in different accents with different anecdotes. So I just finished the Sam Tannenhouse biography of William F. Buckley, and one of the things that hit me is how strongly William F. Buckley believed in individualism. And I remember at age 11, my parents and I moved to the Napa Valley from Australia. And over the next few years, I would hear the political right in America extol the virtues of individualism, much more than I heard the political right do that in Australia. And I wasn't able to figure out what was going on then, but I think I've got more clarity now. And many right-wing talkers describe the beauties of individualism, but individualism is not a right-wing value. We are not biologically, evolutionarily adapted to particular policies with regard to resource distribution, because for our ancestors that wasn't an issue, because food and other resources didn't store. And so resource distribution, which many people regard as the essence of politics, really isn't particularly important to politics. It's certainly not something that we have in our kishkas, right? And even though right-wing talkers often describe politics as a matter of tax cuts and reducing government spending and extolling the virtues of individualism, these are not traditional right-wing values. Right? Traditional ways of looking at life are overwhelmingly not individualist. Right? If you have a traditional religious approach, that's usually not an individualist approach. Right? You're a part of a community. If you are strongly nationalist or tribalist, right, again, that's not an individualist approach. And that William F. Buckley would regard individualism as the height and the epitome of conservative thought shows what a shallow thinker he was and how shallow American conservatism has been. There was a National Review editor who remarked it was a good thing that the Communist Manifesto was badly written, or William F. Buckley would have been a communist, right? Buckley, like many show ponies who talk a lot and receive adulation and money from the glib way that they speak, right, have a weakness for things that sound good, but those things that sound good aren't necessarily true or good for you. And there is a fundamental left-right split on individualism, right? The left has moral foundations that are much more focused on the unjust treatment of individuals. They've been harmed. They've suffered unfairness. All right, right-wing moral foundations are less concerned about individual harm. They are more concerned about loyalty, authority, and purity. So when it comes to deciding what is morally right, the left is particularly sensitive to the way the individual is treated. The right is particularly sensitive to group considerations. So a person on the political left will see often a great moral wrong when a person is being discriminated against or socially ostracized. A person on the right is more likely to base moral judgments on communal considerations. So when Michael, who was on the show earlier, thought that there was a great wrong committed against Richard Nixon for being socially ostracized, I think that was more of a left-wing impulse. And my right-wing impulse is if someone's socially ostracized, there's probably good reason for it, right? The person is probably ostracized because he's not one of us, because he's disloyal, because he's broken the rules, because he's thumbed his nose at our accepted ways of doing things, because he is doing things that people find disgusting and disturbing. And Buckley's focus on individualism and right-wing talkers' focus on individualism, right, this puts them at odds with the moral foundations of the traditional right. So the post-war conservative coalition in America sold itself and still sells itself often as defending individual liberty, right? Americans' eyes light up when the conversation turns to freedom. Right, what fairness constitutes for Aussies and New Zealanders, Kiwis, freedom is for Americans. But this is usually rhetorical cover for defending a specific social order that is rooted in loyalty, hierarchy, and homogeneity. So William F. Buckley's gift, he took that homogeneous social order of conservatism and wrapped it in a libertarian-sounding language that was more palatable to educated elites. So the type of conservatives who are the most ostracized by our elites are social conservatives. And social conservatives are most likely to be religious conservatives, and they are most likely to be communal-focused. Libertarians who want lower tax rates, right? This type of right-wing thought, this focus on individualism, is much less likely to attract social ostracism among elites. So right-wing moral reasoning is not every man for himself, right? It's a recognition that right and wrong exist outside of us, that our purpose and meaning lies in fulfilling our duties that are objective and existing outside of us, that we serve ourselves by serving, first of all, the group. So Buckley styled himself as a free-spirited, independent-minded contrarian. But that is not how right-coded personalities operate. This is why the wiser people in his orbit saw him as slippery and suspect. And it's why, coming from Australia, there was something that bothered me, where individualism was put forward as this big right-wing value, right? The U.S. right wing recognizes that individual freedom polls better than group conformity and polls better than we need tax breaks for private schools that racially discriminate. But in practice, in operation, in reality, loyalty, hierarchy, purity, and homogeneity are the bedrocks of the right-wing approach to life. Right? Bill Buckley was a salesman who knew how to rebrand the product. He was not a particularly deep thinker. Now, I know many people want to go a day without hearing about AI. This will not be such a day.
Is as good as any, but we can measure the economic return on these investments. You know, most of the companies investing these big dollars into AI data centers are public. They report quarterly financials. You can calculate something called return on invested capital, and it's actually gone up since they started making these AI investments. And at first, a lot of it was maybe through OPEX savings, but that is what you would expect with AI, silicon to replace, silicon OPEX to replace human OPEX. But more recently, you are starting to see some really significant accelerations in revenue growth. Meta just reported a quarter with revenue significantly ahead. And I think a lot of that was due to AI making people spend longer, and AI improving, the quality of their ad targeting systems such that advertisers get a better ROAS and spend more. But the economic return thus far has been here. And it is, even Microsoft. I mean, for me, Copilot is not the best product, but even Microsoft on their call talked, they shared some pretty astonishing stats about Copilot uptake. So I do think the economic returns are here thus far, and that is a good sign because, this early in the internet, the economic returns weren't there. And I think maybe the biggest difference between this and the internet is a lot of the capital that went in during the internet era, which is often called the tech bubble. It was really a telecom bubble. It was deployed into something called dark fiber. And that means exactly what it sounds like. Fiber optics that people spent tens of billions of dollars laying. And then it was dark because it was not utilized, but there was an expectation it would be utilized. Completely different here with AI, where one of the biggest problems with GPUs and AI data centers is the GPUs are used so intensively that they melt. So all of the dollars that are going into the ground are being used. We're not building ahead of demand. In fact, we're clearly still behind demand. So it can always change.
Which is really interesting.
Yeah.
It's fascinating. We're spending hundreds of billions of dollars on AI, and demand is exceeding what AI is able to turn out because AI needs so much energy. So I started this video like I did last week talking about how I want to connect, but have I been reading your comments? Kip says, we're moving beyond Democrats and Republicans. We're moving into globalist and nationalist. Remember the TV series called Alien Nation? Well, wasn't that the name of Peter Brimlow's book about immigration? Came out in the 1990s. propaganda, the stories about LA being visited by 250,000 shipwrecked aliens who integrate into America's newcomers and are mistreated by the foundational stock of America. Decades later, it's illegal aliens who control the hearts and minds of Angelinos. Movie conditioning becomes reality. I don't believe that the movie is what created reality. I believe it was the power of the left in institutions that created the reality. Kip says Nixon was the smartest president in our lifetime, either Nixon or Clinton. Kip confessed that he distorted reality of 60 days and had to break down and buy a new lawnmower and a trimmer. When both machines had broken within a week, I was sure it was a sign that mowing is for suckers. I was mistaken. My tennis elbow made me want to cleave my left arm off. That's an underrated injury. Well, there are great YouTube videos on exercises you can do that I found effective to reducing the pain. But if I start not doing the exercises, the pain returns. Bill Buckley sucked. His job was to keep the Overton window closed. He was the gatekeeper. Well, Bill Buckley was so much more like Richard Spencer and Nick Fuentes than I expected. Bill Buckley didn't want competition. So just like Richard Spencer has a history of putting down every other right-wing talking head because he wants to amass as much power and audience reach as he can for himself. So too, Bill Buckley wanted to kneecap the opposition, and he didn't like how many possible supporters for Young Americans for Freedom and his approved groups, he didn't like the competition that the Birches showed for his favorite causes and groups. And so William F. Buckley went out to kneecap the competition. When the Birches were useful for him, he advocated for the Birches. He excused the Birches. But when he came to see the Birches as competition, then he wanted to kneecap them. So it was largely about ego with Bill Buckley. And one of the signs of the authentic religious man is that he sacrifices for his religion. He desists from doing things that would otherwise bring him pleasure, power, and money. And Bill Buckley wrote for Playboy for money, right? He made money off of Wank magazine. The economic basis for the Playboy empire was to aid and promote wanking. And Bill Buckley was happy to earn thousands of dollars writing for Playboy. And he would explain it by saying, I only write for Playboy so that my son will read it. And he had many witty asides. But at core, you are not an authentic religious personality if you are writing for Playboy or Penthouse or for some pornographic operation. And so just as Nick Fuentes never seems to make any substantial sacrifice on the things that he wants to do for his much vaunted Catholicism, so too, Bill Buckley did not allow his much talked about Catholicism to get in the way of his ego and his comfort and his pleasure and making money. Right? Nick Fuentes doesn't desist from doing anything he wants to do because he takes Catholicism so seriously. So people will wave a bloody flag about their religion, and they will make proclamations about how they're willing to die for their religion. But often you'll notice they're not willing to live their religion. And that's certainly true of Bill Buckley. Right. This was going to be my primary focus today. It might indeed turn out to be my primary focus today. Yoram Hazony appearing 8 days ago on Ezra Klein's show.
I do think I have a little bit more information.
You can definitely pull rank on me on this.
Than some other people do. It doesn't mean that I know, about everything. I'm not going to compete with you about knowledge of Barack Obama, but I have.
So I find Ezra Klein annoying and triggering until I get clarity about why I'm annoyed. And it's just the dishonesty, right? He pitches these as interviews, but they're really debates. He uses all sorts of dishonest debating techniques, asking for definitions of family, tribe, nation, right? Asking these elementary definitions is the lowest form of dialogue. He's so pretentious. He's trying to hide behind these procedures and tricks. And my internal reaction, God forbid, is stop being a ponce, Ezra Klein. Be a man. I just find his performance so unmanly.
And to actually know, from the inside, that the National Conservatism Conferences, which are, just to make it sort of clear to the listeners, MAGA is a very...
I haven't wiped out any of my old shows with Kevin Michael Grace. They're all on SoundCloud and on Rumble. For years, though, many of the things that we spoke about on that show would violate YouTube's terms of service, and so they are not to be found on YouTube. But you remind me I should pay more attention to what the chat is saying, because my friend and yours, Art Bell, is with us. So let me scroll. Hail, Elliot Blatt, Ricardo. I still got Ricardo with me. It is not lost, right? If I can retain Ricardo's attention, then I must be doing something right. So jump on the show if you have time and inclination, Mr. Ricardo. So let me scroll here and be fair dinkum with the chat. I find that Michael has this quiet charisma. I'm kind of in awe of Michael's charisma. Yeah, that part of MAGA and the Republican Party that is enthusiastic about same-sex marriage is not a traditional right-wing mode. Now, it doesn't mean that you be suicidal. If, in reality, making a campaign against same-sex marriage dooms your political party to losing elections, then don't do it. Right. Watergate didn't just happen to take down Richard Nixon. It was all about taking down Richard Nixon. Well, as Nixon admitted later, he gave them a sword. He created the conditions that would destroy himself. He created the conditions where 95% plus of the elite aligned against him. Can you name a person who's been accused of being the beneficiary of the procurement of underage girls by Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein? No, I can't. Who is the Tony Robbins character that we're listening to? Orion Taraban. I think he's terrific. He has a YouTube channel, Psychax. Has Kip ever addressed why he's self-exiled to posting live chat messages from X? Kip would be banned on YouTube, all right? He's not within YouTube's terms of service. Kip not on the air as a guest. Is he on strike? No, he had the belief that he was a detriment to the show when he came on, and so that's why he stopped coming on. I welcome him coming on. Individual over collective is more classical liberalism, right, which is widely associated with American conservative. Serve God first, says the chat. People who use the word utilize when the word use is simpler means the same thing. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that. Bob Strauss said, every politician wants every voter to believe he was born in a log cabin that he built himself. It's tough to look forward to live streamers who pick stories to outrage and create engagement through outrage.
Very broad alliance.
Yes.
Right? MAGA is, I would say, roughly, it's the alliance of different groups that came together to make it possible for Trump Vance to win. Mm-hmm. But those are not all national or nationalist conservatives. Right. I mean, there's all sorts of people.
So when I ask different forms of AI to list off Ezra Klein's mannerisms, all they list off are just wonderful qualities. And it's a pose. It's fake. Just like much of William F. Buckley's conservatism. Right? if you're on the right, most right-wing hero systems see morality, meaning, and purpose in life as existing objectively outside of you, and your primary duty is to do your duty to these external standards. Right? Follow your bliss is a left-wing conception of what your life should be. Do your duty is much more of a traditional and right-wing conception. So in the traditional right-wing perspective, whether religious, monarchist, or nationalist, the self is not the source of moral truth. It is a vessel for it. Meaning comes from outside of you. It comes from God, tradition, the nation, natural law. Your role is to align yourself with these external standards. Autonomy is only good for you insofar as it helps you to fulfill these external objective duties. The Enlightenment flips that. Right? It says the individual is the locus of authority. Rights not granted by God or by the king. They're just inherent inside of you. Morality is something that you can reason out within your own mind. And this is the DNA of the left and of modern liberalism. And this is why individualism is not a comfortable fit for a traditional perspective on life. Dennis Prager is not an Orthodox Jew. He's not at home in Orthodox Judaism. Among the reasons is his individualism and his pursuit of ego and self-advancement. So Bill Buckley could talk trad when it suited him, but that he marketed himself as an individualist put him much more in the mode of the Enlightenment liberal, right? The self is the meaning maker, and that's how he operated, in that he chose to write for Playboy, right? Someone who's a fervent Roman Catholic or just a normal committed Roman Catholic would not be publishing in Playboy. Right, the right-wing perspective on life is communal, and it's about duty. And those political movements that are primarily about the individual do not generate energy. Right, fact-checking Donald Trump has not been a winning formula. Right, and there is growing disillusionment with the atomized individualism that is so pervasive in this country right now. So on the right, you have a call for reasserting national and religious duties and saying that this is more important than personal freedoms. We've got the Bernie left-wing socialist end of the political spectrum that frame individual rights in terms of collective responsibilities with regard to climate change, public health, anti-racism. So right now, the core fight among those who are enthused about politics is whether obligations are for the nation primarily or should be imposed by an intellectual elite. So until about the 1960s, most Americans, and I would assume in most advanced countries, took it for granted that we should be obligations first, and that our rights were conditional upon us meeting our obligations. Since the 1960s, the conversations primarily assumed that rights come first and obligations are optional. Then, over the last 15 years, we were struggling over how to integrate obligations without abandoning rights. So the power of nationalism, the most powerful force in politics over the past 2 centuries, comes precisely from you subordinate yourself to something that's larger and more emotionally resonant, right? You get to belong. You become part of a we that stretches down through history. It exists beyond you to family, town, into something vast and historic. Your life matters because you're linked to a mission, a heritage, and a destiny that will outlive you. You have moral clarity because loyalty to your people becomes a yardstick for right and wrong. And you get energy because your sacrifice feels noble. It doesn't feel like a burden when it is for your people. Right? The more you have in common with other people, the more likely you are to sacrifice them. So nationalism will mobilize resources and willpower far more than pure individualism will. Right? Individualist movements do not create and sustain mass enthusiasm. People burn out when it's just about personal gain. Right? The most powerful enthusiastic politics are politics of nationalist independent movements, wartime mobilizations, mass protest uprisings, right? These all tap into communal bonds. The greatest source of energy is not caffeine, it's other people getting on the same page and creating something with someone else. Now, post-World War II, Western elites have tried to channel our normal, natural, healthy nationalist desires into civic nationalism rather than ethnic nationalism. And they've venerated hyper-individualism, and it simply does not generate the same raw, cohesive, energetic political force that our national ties do. Without a shared we, our energy disperses. Right? MAGA runs on nationalist energy. It's America first. It's a sense of shared grievance, and you can't have an intense in-group identity without simultaneously having an intense sense of grievance. It's about loyalty, and it's about concern and negative perspectives on outsiders who threaten the safety and well-being of our people. The moral frame is communal. What's good for us matters more than abstract universal principles, and MAGA rallies will therefore feel like revival meetings. You've got the same sort of solidarity energy on the left. We're in this together. You've got a call for moral outrage at exploitation or global warming. You have plenty of strong we language on the Bernie, Mamdani style left. Workers, tenants, marginalized groups getting together. There's a clear moral line between the deserving and the corrupt. Right? And the excitement comes from feeling part of a mass movement, not from everybody minding their own business. So when you encourage the individual to feel fused into something larger than himself and morally charged, right, that's the opposite of the atomized, do your own thing politics. This is join the fight, stand with your people. So energized political movements are about fusing individuals into a shared moral we. They're not about celebrating isolated autonomy.
There was Elon Musk, and there's RFK Jr., and there's Tulsi Gabbard.
This is why I keep zooming in on Vance, because I do think Vance comes from the national conservative wing.
I do, and I would think that that there are many others. I mean, I think that just so as to not only make him the issue, Rubio spoke at several of our conferences.
This realignment that's happening in American politics is not ideological. It is largely the divide between people who work for a living, who live in the real world, who have to raise their children, and people who live in a fantasy world.
And I think he explicitly sees himself as a national conservative.
Josh Hawley has spoken at a number of your conferences.
Josh Hawley.
Some will say now that I am calling America a Christian nation. And so I am. And some will say that I am advocating Christian nationalism, and so I do.
And let's talk about other people in the administration. That there's important people like Mike Anton at the State Department, or David Goldman, Bridge Colby at the Defense Department. There are many others. Stephen Miller. I mean, all of these people are, to one degree or another, NatCons. They come to our conferences and they contribute, and they're a part of it. Now, notice who's not a part of it. Okay, we had this from the very beginning. If you look at the poster, the flyer that we circulated from the very beginning, we distinguished ourselves in two directions: from the libertarians, which is.
So you notice some hesitancy here, because in his heart of hearts, I suspect Yoram Hazony recognizes that racial ties are a more important factor in nationalism than he wants to say so publicly. So right now, it is only socially acceptable to have a civic-minded nationalism, but just because people use civic nationalist rhetoric doesn't mean that that is the true sense of their nationalist identity, right? There are all sorts of things that drive people that they recognize they cannot say publicly. So it is a pragmatic and probably prudent thing for Yoram Hazony to separate his type of nationalism from racial nationalism. He is smart enough to recognize that racial nationalism is a much larger component of nationalism for many people than it is socially acceptable to say.
You know, basically the liberal Republican wing at the center, who are basically to our left, and from racialist and anti-democratic movements that are to our right. And this has been, I mean, both sides, there's been friction constantly. And by the way, I don't mean that every single person who came to our conferences exactly fits that. We have a statement of principles. You can read it. People know what we stand for. But the key to what we're discussing now is there a border between national conservatives and what's to the right of national conservatives? And I think that the border is clear. I'm not saying that we never make a mistake or there's never confusion about
What is the border?
Okay, so the border is from the beginning.
So that is That's a tough question. I got to hand it to Ezra Klein. It's a good question. And the answer must be politic rather than true. And Yoram is going to give a political answer rather than a true answer.
We said we do not admit, we do not invite people whose platforms are racialist. So there was a.
So it's not weird that much of what drives us you can't say publicly. That's how it's always been throughout human history. So there was a time 100 years ago when race was understood as a very important criteria for understanding how the world works. That is not socially acceptable criteria right now. So the things that are socially acceptable change over time. And so I don't recommend that people commit social suicide, even if it is saying the truth, right? If you have things to lose, don't lose them. Don't risk them by saying things that are profoundly against your self-interest and that are not going to change the world, that are not going to make much of a difference.
You just interviewed Nick Fuentes.
I did.
Or had a conversation with him. What did you think of that? What do you think of him?
All right,
my experience with Nick Fuentes is that he's a terrible person and a terrible human being.
But he is.
I'm sure Nick Fuentes has some positive qualities and some negative, depending on the situation. He's probably a good son. He's probably been a good friend to some people. I'm not a big fan of describing people as good or bad. Right? Some people do sufficient levels of goodness and sufficient levels of evil that, yeah, I'm comfortable with calling them good or bad.
Clearly part of a campaign to discredit non-crazy right voices.
I can confirm he's dishonest.
This child, this weird little gay kid in his basement in Chicago.
There are all sorts of people who are honest in some segments of their life and dishonest in others. Right? You can be an honest accountant at work and dishonest with your wife about your affair with your secretary. Morality, as it is practiced by real people in the real world, is domain specific. Right? That's the most you can say. That in business, this person's honest, or in his marriage, this person is sexually faithful, or at a bar, this person is good company. But none of these moral qualities will display themselves across all situations.
Young white men who've been totally cut out of our economy. I mean, they really are the victims, and they're desperate, and no one speaks for them. So they go to Fuentes because he's like incredibly articulate, and they think he's our leader. But in one of the saddest ironies of all, like he's acting against your interests, actually.
Well, it depends how seriously you take him. Right? For people who use Nick Fuentes mainly as entertainment, and they don't try to emulate his rhetoric, he's probably not destructive. So there is an amount of Dennis Prager that you can have in your life without it damaging your life. But at a certain level of intensity, all right, then Dennis Prager becomes destructive.
But then when it comes to me, I'm one of the real disaffected white people. You want to talk about me and them? I am them. He says Nick Fuentes is leading all of the disaffected young white men. I am a disaffected young white man. I was a precocious, intelligent, young white college student who went to Boston University, who was All
right, he meets the needs of hundreds of thousands of moderately intelligent young men who aren't particularly successful in life. Right? Those with something to lose will be the least attracted to him. But if you've got absolutely nothing to lose, then this guy's probably speaking your language.
Pro-Trump and red-pilled by Trump and animated by Trump's message of America first. And I asked questions about Israel, and I was punished for it. I did it years before Tucker Carlson started talking about Israel last year, and I sacrificed, and I was...
Nick Fuentes has been punished for moronic things that he said. Right? He hasn't been punished because he's simply a truth teller.
Targeted by the ADL, by the SPLC, by the federal government, by the conservative movement that both Candace and Tucker were a part of. He's lonely. He's weird. He lives in a basement. That's a lot of people because of the problems you claim to care about. Do you care about Klarna?
So I'm not a big fan of politics that claim that America is your biggest problem, that America is standing between you and a decent life. And I'm not a big fan of politics that says America is the answer to your problems, that America is the savior, right? There's enough opportunity and freedom in America where if you make the right choices, that you can build a pretty decent life for yourself.
And people going into debt to order pizzas and home ownership being impossible? Or do you think that's a contemptible, low-status thing to be ridiculed and mocked? What is wrong with being from Chicago? What is wrong with being weird? What is wrong with living in your basement? I'm the inauthentic person. I am that person. I am a spokesman for the disaffected white man because I am one, and you two are not. My dad didn't even graduate college. My mother's father was a garbage man in Chicago, and he committed suicide. He was a veteran of World War II. Who's the CIA cutout? Who's the poser? Who is America? I am America. Chicago is America. That's an American story.
Okay, doesn't move me, but I recognize that likely meets the emotional needs of many people. If you're a marginalized loser, right, you're going to throw to that message.
Big, in our circles anyway, a big fight within a publication called VDare, which is
a kind of, I would call it a racist publication.
It's certainly, at a minimum,
it is a racialist publication. Yeah, let's definitely call it that.
At a minimum, VDare is happy to publish people who are racialists. Right. So that's a minimum. I think maybe you could say more, but for us, that was too much. We did not want to have people who are trying to base politics. You use the word blood. We should probably come back to it. Blood and soil is it's literally a Nazi term, meaning the Nazi flag is red and black because it's blood and soil, and that's the same true of other quasi-Nazi parties in Europe that they use those same colors. We are not interested in a nationalism of blood.
But your debate with people to your right, which I take as real, right? And I understand that national conservatism is not racialist. I think the thing I'm trying to tease out is more your debate with people to your left. So the reason I keep mentioning these J.D. Vance speeches, and I bring him up because to me he is the country's most prominent ideological national conservative. Trump is sort of an intuitive national conservative, but Vance is more of an ideologist. When he gave that speech, the one at NatCon, where he talks about the generation.
So on a pragmatic basis, Yoram Hazony must separate himself from VDare. I suspect in his heart of hearts, he recognizes more truth and validity to some of the things published on VDare than he is socially incentivized to say. Just because the Nazis were about ties of blood and soil doesn't make ties of blood and soil non-existent or a bad thing, right? Millions of people, hundreds of millions of people have been driven by ties of blood and soil who were not Nazis. So just because the Nazis believed in ties of blood and soil doesn't make ties of blood and soil evil, and it doesn't mean that you should ignore these essential building blocks of reality. Now, it's socially unacceptable to talk about people being motivated by ties of blood and soil, so don't say it publicly. Just be a civnat. But don't hate people who are civnats for being cowardly and not recognizing the power of ties of blood and soil. There are all sorts of things that drive us, that motivate us, that it's simply not in a normal person's best interest to reveal publicly, right? You can recognize the power of blood and soil, but not talk about it publicly. You can recognize the power of blood and soil and also recognize that there is a civic element to nationalism, that there is an ideological element to nationalism, that different nationalisms often contain different ideas and different cultural and religious elements. And in some eras, the racial ties of nationalism will be the most talked about and the most socially acceptable ones to bring up. And in other situations, the civic part of nationalism is the most socially acceptable to talk about. And then in other circumstances, you will have the most incentive to talk up the religious component of nationalism. But nationalisms usually contain racial elements and ethnic elements and land elements and cultural elements and civic elements and religious elements and ideological elements and cultural elements, just as every advanced economy contains elements of socialism and elements of capitalism and elements of dictatorship and elements of democracy and elements of oligarchy and elements of aristocracy. Right? Every advanced economy contains multitudes, and our own loyalties are often complicated, and sometimes they have components that we are not socially incentivized to recognize. And now the chat is flowing like a mighty river, and I have been so intoxicated by my own words that I've missed out. Yom says, I was the first to talk about the small hats. And I think Donald Trump says that when it comes to money, he wants people with small hats looking after his money. Pretty sure Luke Ford has been talking about no one's dished out more red pills than Luke Ford. No one had ever heard of E. Michael Jones until Luke Ford interviewed him. Nick Fuentes has climbed to the top, started on Luke Ford's Saturday Night Massacre of Jim Goad. Oh, Alex Linder died. Okay. I tried to interview him. He said that I was interesting, but he wasn't willing to grant me an interview. I radicalized Monique Bibler, set in motion a hero's arc that is yet to resolve itself. Jim Goad's head must explode when he contemplates Nick's ascent. I don't think so. I don't think he bears animosity. Tucker and Candace will never be the same. True? Right, once you start operating out where they're operating, it's hard to get back in polite society. How are the people at TRS these days? Ricardo notes, I came on this show many years ago and I told Kevin, Michael, Grace, and Luke that Nick will end up being the most consequential right-winger to come out of this whole scene. They laughed at me. Luke Ford is an enigma. Luke Ford is a man of contradictions, hence his diehard fan base of 17 eternally unlined people.
Of his people buried in that Kentucky cemetery, and the way in which they would fight and die and bleed for their country. And the way they're...
Okay, and if that is a significant part of J.D. Vance's nationalism or anyone's nationalism, this loyalty, this emotional resonance with his ancestors in a particular cemetery, that doesn't make them bad people. It's not a matter of who's more or less American. It's simply a matter of what you feel. And Ezra Klein is demanding rational, empirical exactitude on these primal emotions.
There is something different about that. And he says, right, there are ideas and the values of America are important, but he is trying quite explicitly.
Nationalism is not something that's primarily thought, it's primarily felt. And feelings are not inherently inferior to thoughts.
In my view, and repeatedly now, to the extent there is a balance of how much what it means to be an American is a loyalty to the country and its ideas, and how much Americanism is about a presence here on this soil, that it is something more about being part of the tribe, he is shifting.
So ethnic, racial, religious, and soil ties are often highly significant, sometimes the most salient factors driving someone's nationalism, and they shouldn't be ostracized for what they feel, right? You should be allowed to feel anything that you feel. And I told ChatGPT that Bill Buckley was as serious about his Catholicism as Nick Fuentes. And the AI responded, that's a fair analogy if you mean Catholicism more as a cultural identity and a personal brand than as a consistently applied moral framework. Yeah, if you are not sacrificing and giving up things for your religion, you're not serious. Buckley and Fuentes use religion as a flag of legitimacy and moral authority, but they are highly selective in how they live it. They are willing to bend and to sidestep doctrine when it serves their personal, political, or media goals. So for Bill Buckley, that meant debating in elite secular spaces, writing for Playboy, and cozying up to power brokers were not exactly Catholic paragons. For Fuentes, means playing a provocateur online while claiming Catholic orthodoxy, despite routinely violating the spirit and often the letter of church teaching. It's the old pattern, religion as an identity market, not a leash. So Dennis Prager will say religion drives a lot more of the world than race and ethnicity and nationalism. Look at the divide in Ireland. It's Northern Ireland. It's religious. It's Protestant versus Catholic, but it's not. It's primarily an ethnic divide where religion acts as a flag, as a marker, but they are not killing each other over differing theologies. The flag, the uniform that someone wears is not always their true identity. So my perspective as someone who was raised in high-intensity religion, Seventh-day Adventism, and then converted to another high-intensity religion, Orthodox Judaism, is I just don't think you're serious about your religion unless your religion stops you from doing many things that you want to do. So unless you sacrifice, to me, you're not religious. Right? Bill Buckley loved religion as long as it was useful to him, as long as it did not get in the way of his ease, his pleasure, his ego, his ambition, his earning. Right? He was as Christian as Peter Thiel with his favorite Tinks, whatever they are. Right? To hear Peter Thiel talk about Christianity and the mark of the beast, it's just rubs me the wrong way. Right? Be as gay as you want, but then be as promiscuous as you want, but then don't be making proclamations about Christianity. Right? The more I learn about Bill Buckley, right, the more he reminds me of Kim Kardashian, Richard Spencer, and Nick Fuentes. Right? Bill Buckley had the polish of an Oxford University debater. He had the moral vocabulary of a conservative Catholic, but he was primarily about Bill Buckley and building his own brand. Right? He understood that the real currency was attention, and he would do whatever he needed to do to attract attention. Right? His ideological consistency was second to his performance. He would pick fights. He would use lines that sounded amazing. He would make himself indispensable to the media, whether it was PBS, New York Times, or Playboy. Right? He was all about Bill Buckley and promoting himself. Right? He would wear a bow tie. He would speak in $10 words, but it was primarily about ego and self-promotion. His religious convictions were secondary. Right? Bill Buckley's conservative leadership was primarily about advancing himself as the face of a movement rather than its conscience. And you would say the same thing about Richard Spencer and Nick Fuentes. They are primarily about advancing themselves as the face of this or that rather than any deeper conviction.
Towards the tribe. I understand national conservatism as, in general, trying to shift us towards the idea of the tribe, away from something like the more Barack Obama or multicultural view that it is about a commitment to all people being created equal. And the thing I think I am trying to pin you down on here is that if what you all were really worried about was too much what I would call illiberalism, right? Too much, pushing people away for holding views you're not allowed to have, I think then the movement would be more interested in not doing that. But I think it's about, I understand the argument of NatCon over and over and over again, and I've watched the speeches and I've come to see you before. I take it seriously. I understand it as an argument that the Democrats...
Gore Vidal had many sharp critiques of Bill Buckley. Gore Vidal consistently bested Bill Buckley in debate. And Gore Vidal did not say that Bill Buckley was having sex with men. He simply pointed out he was effete, he was theatrical, he was a poser, he was flamboyant, right? And these are accurate descriptions of a Bill Buckley, of a Nick Fuentes, and of a Richard Spencer.
Multiculturalist, someone, the woke left, the neo-Marxists, have given up on the bonds that hold countries together and that the direction they are taking the country in will not leave it with enough cohesion.
That you recognize there is often a racial, religious, blood and soil quality to nationalism does not mean that you have to demean or deny the power of religion in nationalism, or of civic identity in nationalism, or of culture, right? Nationalism is a multicolored robe. You don't have to get all bent out of shape that one person has a different variety of colors in his nationalist robe than another person.
Cohesion is a word that comes up a lot in your book. Cohesion to be a country.
Yep.
They cannot absorb this many new people. It cannot be this broad in its...
The less you have in common with your fellow citizens, the less likely you are to sacrifice for them, and the less at ease you will feel.
Ideas, it cannot be this dismissive of its traditions, that there is something that the core of this country, the people who have other people buried in the graveyards. And that's an argument made explicitly. If you think I am mischaracterizing, you tell me, but I think this is the thing I'm trying to get at, because this to me is a very live argument in America right now.
Whoa, I am raking it in. Right, this is my most financially rewarding live stream in months. Why do I think about the potential for a President Stephen A. Smith? Low, but he is a good communicator. I can't get my head around him being a serious candidate. I think someone like Gavin Newsom. Why am I the only one super chatting? You're all a bunch of... Luke, did you know? I don't know if that's true. I'm not saying that Bill Buckley, and the new biography doesn't say that Bill Buckley was having sex with men, simply notes that he was flamboyant and theatrical. And after his disastrous debate with Gore Vidal, his wife said, now there are 200 million Americans who believe that my husband is a flaming queer. So James Baldwin certainly got the better of William F. Buckley in their debate. And Gore Vidal certainly got the better of Bill Buckley. Bill Buckley also was a big supporter and quite infatuated with this cold-hearted murderer of a 15-year-old woman. Bill Buckley gave him money, did all sorts of things to aid a murderer. Bill Buckley often had just terrible, terrible judgment. Oh, I just watched a terrific Japanese movie called Cloud. Came out in 2024, and it's about a reseller who is not entirely ethical, and so there is a growing coalition of people who hate him and want to ruin him. So I recommend the Japanese movie Cloud. It's thoughtful, and there's a terrific American Masters documentary from PBS on the incomparable William F. Buckley.
In keeping its black citizens, in my judgment, to enact.
Okay, so
in his acceptance speech,
I would remind you that extremism in the defense of liberty is no vice.
So Bill Buckley was more of an ideologue than James Burnham, and James Burnham, who was indispensable at National Review, would push Bill Buckley towards a more pragmatic politics. So, like Richard Spencer, Bill Buckley loved words that sounded good, and he found much more emotional satisfaction in staking out claims and forms of politics that were completely unrealistic. This is Barry Goldwater.
He is basically saying...
So National Review was not enthusiastic about Dwight Eisenhower or Richard Nixon in the 1950s, but they did get behind Barry Goldwater, and National Review editor Brent Bozell wrote every single word of the book attributed to Barry Goldwater, Conscience of a Conservative. So Barry Goldwater was quite awkward. He was not a charismatic, easy person to like, but he did catalyze the conservative movement, and he had the enthusiastic support of National Review.
Extremism is okay with me.
And let me remind you also that moderation in the pursuit of justice is no virtue.
Yes, so Stephen A. Smith and Donald Trump both have been successful as talkers on TV, but Donald Trump has been talking about a couple of key ideas for more than 30 years. He's been talking about how we're being ripped off in international trade, and we are addicted to overseas useless wars, and we're not putting America first, and we need to protect our borders. So there are certain key ideas that Donald Trump has been talking about for his more than 3 decades in public life. I'm not aware of Stephen A. Smith being associated with political ideas. He is a compelling talker. He's a fun personality. So yes, Trump got elected after doing The Apprentice, but while that may have been indispensable to Trump getting elected, what was even more important was that Trump has been consistently publicly talking about certain essential ideas for more than 3 decades. And I don't think you can say the same thing about Stephen A. Smith.
Americans at the time were concerned about a presidential candidate who seemed extreme. These were high-stakes times, the Cold War.
Quite quickly, Goldwater becomes tagged as someone who is essentially the candidate of Paris.
Well, it was Barry Goldwater in the tribe. He did not affiliate that way. I believe he had a father who was Jewish, but he did not practice Judaism. He wasn't a member of a synagogue.
Annoy conspiracists of the John Birch Society.
The John Birch Society is a group of Americans.
So you can look at the John Birch Society and you can see the nonsensical and paranoid and idiotic conspiracy theories that they would push. But there are also inclinations behind those theories that were based in reality.
Who have joined together to combat the evil forces which now threaten our country, our lives.
All right, that makes sense, right? You can understand why people would see the world this particular way. And I had the pleasure of speaking at a John Birch Society meeting. I was asked to come up and speak for 2 minutes. This was circa 2014. When I went to a John Birch Society with Tom Sunik and with William Johnson of the American Freedom Party. And Tom Sunik was the principal speaker, but he invited me to come up and speak for 2 minutes. And then my Jewish friend told me what a loser I was for speaking at a John Birch Society meeting.
And our civilization.
The John Birch Society was founded by Robert Welch, who was, among other things, a candy magnate.
It was famous for junior mints, milk duds, made a fortune.
So someone can be wrong about some things and right about other things. So Robert Welch was wrong about many things, but he also had some useful and valuable things to say. Luke, since you're talking about Bill Buckley, you owe it to yourself to listen to Nick Fuentes' deep dive into Tucker. And Nick Fuentes, I don't owe it to myself. It's operating in the trash, in the sewer. It's so low IQ that someone who takes truth, ideas, politics seriously, right, is not really incentivized to listen to this nonsense.
The John Birch Society was staunchly, incredibly anti-communist.
We have got to defeat the international communist war control conspiracy, and that we will do.
It's easy to be super interesting if you don't feel a great deal of fidelity to the truth. So Richard Spencer, Bill Buckley, Nick Fuentes, they are super interesting to listen to. Neil Ferguson, super interesting to listen to. Why are these blokes so interesting to talk to? Because they do not feel constrained by the truth. If you feel a considerable constraint to try to abide by the truth, you will not be as interesting.
Birchers were conspiracy theorists. They thought Dwight Eisenhower was a communist.
They had some manifestations that were ridiculous, but they also had some instincts that were probably healthy and valuable.
And so Buckley recognized that if the Birchers were to become the face of American conservatism, that would doom the prospects of the movement.
He recognized that they were a threat to his power and status.
What's National Review's view of groups like the John Birch Society, Mr. Welch, well, some of the even more extreme groups?
Luke, as a streamer, wouldn't you agree that super chatters, the funders, and the patrons can buy themselves FaceTime? Sure, it depends on what you're optimizing for. If you're optimizing for pleasing your audience, then you put more value on doing what your super chatters want. If you optimize for telling the truth and for being socially responsible, then that may mean you're incentivized to go in the very opposite direction of the people financially supporting you. It may place you at war with your most fervent supporters. And so you then have a choice between your integrity and your popularity. And I hope that when it comes down to the crunch, and I have to choose between my integrity and my popularity, and I have to choose between my integrity and my income, I hope that I will choose my integrity.
Well, there seems to be no lunacy of which Robert Welch is incapable.
Buckley was concerned about the...
Buckley was happy to defend Welch and promote Robert Welch as long as that was in his interests. When the situation changed and defending Robert Welch was no longer in the interest of his status, then Bill Buckley changed. But he defended Welch for many, many years.
Respectability of the conservative movement with educated middle-class Americans. If they see something that they consider to be ridiculous and pathological, then they're going to pass by Crackpot Alley and go all the way over to the Democrats.
Robert Welch is ill-equipped to lead a national political movement.
From a secular perspective, right, you can argue that every religion is Crackpot Alley, right? All sorts of things can be described as Crackpot Alley, and yet they may serve valuable functions for some people, right? The utility of an idea does not depend upon it being true. I plan to corrupt Luke through Super Chat money. We're going to get the old Luke back soon. Bill says, why Nick Fuentes is outshining Tucker Carlson in the America First MAGA movement. Wasn't Nick opposed to Donald Trump's election victory in 2024? Wasn't he opposed to his campaign?
On the other hand, it is wrong, in my judgment, to anathematize every member of the John Birch Society.
On the other hand, he knows that a lot of his subscribers to National Review are Birchers. In fact, at least 3 people who were on the National Review masthead were members of the John Birch Society.
So he had to tread carefully.
I would assume that...
Yes, he has to tread carefully if he is optimizing for popularity, for status, for power, for income. The great thing about optimizing for truth is you don't need to tread so carefully. You can just say, I optimize for truth. Here I stand. I can do no other. So help me God. I'm not going to commit social suicide. I will be so optimizing for truth that I'm going to tell you there are certain things I'm not going to tell you the truth about because it's socially unacceptable. And then within the rubric of that reality, you optimize for telling as much truth as possible.
You would also be counting on the fervor of people such as Welch and people in the Birch Society.
Sure. Just as Johnson has fervently working for the communists in this country.
This is something we see again and again in the history of conservative politics. Riding the tiger. We can corral or control these.
Oh, you don't see this in left-wing politics? Of course, the people who are going to be the most passionate about politics are usually going to be the least psychologically healthy. Right? A normal, healthy person is not obsessed with politics. So both left and the right have to ride the tiger of their more unhinged supporters.
Unruly popular energies. We can polish them up a little bit. We can direct them even, hopefully.
But the damage had already been done.
People called Goldwater a Nazi. Psychiatrists came out to say that he was...
Hey, I am raking it in. Another $5 from Ricardo. Blessings don't wait so long between streams. I was going to stream during the week at all these ideas that I wanted to share and discuss with you, but instead I have put my energies to conventional means. And so by fulfilling my conventional responsibilities, I just didn't have much left to live stream. So the more conventionally integrated I am, right, the less time and energy I have to live stream. The more socially isolated I am, and the more conventionally failing I am, the more time I have to live stream.
Mentally unfit for the presidency.
Bill Buckley and everyone who knew anything knew the Goldwater campaign is dead on arrival, and how much of that Goldwater and humiliation is going to rub off on conservatives.
So many of the most exciting relationships, political, sexual, right, are doomed. It doesn't diminish. It might even enhance the excitement.
That is Buckley's chief concern.
You feel then that Goldwater has no chance?
No, you asked me if I thought he was going to win. I said, no, I don't think he's going to win.
Buckley did, I think, a thing that you would never see today. He gave a speech where he said, Barry Goldwater is going to lose this election, and we need to think about how we're going to recover from this.
The point. So I don't know how much I can play this PBS American Masters documentary without getting copyright problems. So I'll just play a little bit for now. And if I get away with it, I'll play more on a later stream. Glad that Luke has the real life keeping him busy. Real world is much better than the internet. Yes, real life connection and living up to your real world duties will usually be more important and a more moral thing to do than live streaming. So because the New York Times lets me get away with playing lengthy excerpts, I'm going to go back to this Ezra Klein.
I think not only are you exactly right, but I think you said that very eloquently. And if you feel like, like coming and speaking in NatCon and delivering such a speech, you might get a lot of applause. I'm just not sure I understand what's so terrible about it, because look, you keep bringing up JD. JD is a man who, true, his family's been here for a long time, but he's a convert to Catholicism. He's married to a woman who's a child of Indian immigrants, and I just think it's a little bit strange to be trying to make him into some kind of like big threat to pluralism. I think that in general, NatCons think that 15% of the American population is foreign-born, that it is the maximum that it's possible for the country to take before it literally starts falling apart. They really do believe in the possibility of factional and tribal violence, and the impulse to restrict, to deport, or to have a moratorium on immigration. It's for most. It's not an in principle argument that there should always be a permanent moratorium on immigration. It's literally a reaction to what is seen as at this point 60 years of abusive immigration, which has spun out of control and is threatening the cohesion. Just so I don't want people to be think it's like a mysterious word. Cohesion is first of all, it's a John Stuart Mill word. Lots of liberals have used it in history. I
wasn't suggesting cohesion is a bad word.
No, I've heard people say that cohesion is like a fascist term. Never mind, you didn't say that. But when we're talking about cohesion, what we're talking about is just the mutual loyalty we were talking about. When there's an external pressure on the polity, on the society, external pressure like an attack from the outside, a revolution from the inside, hatred and contempt internally, financial crisis. When there are pressures on the society, do people pull together to rise up to face the challenge because they feel like they're one and they need to circle the wagon and then come together? Or do they fly apart blaming one another? That's what the word cohesion is referring to.
Let me get it, because I haven't yet said it's bad. I do think it can go in bad directions. But look, take your Israeli. There was a huge amount of social division in Israel.
Okay, I'm looking at Kip, and here's a reason why Kip is not posting on YouTube. Right, he says, Ezra makes one understand why Zyklon B gets used from time to time. Right, in no form of polite society is this acceptable. Right, this is going to outrage people, and it's probably unnecessary, and it's a manifestation of an addiction to losing. right? It's to show how devoted you are to the cause that you will burn up and destroy all bridges to polite society, right? I am not a huge Ezra Klein fan, but that's a pretty intense commentary, and that's going to get you banned from a lot of forms of social media. And do I support banning for people? I don't have an opinion, right? It wouldn't bother me if someone was banned from a form of social media for saying that, and it wouldn't bother me if they weren't. Did I hear 40 trying to justify why Nick Fuentes can't fly on a plane in America, can't use a credit card or PayPal, and can't post online? Never justified that, and certainly not true. There was a time where he couldn't fly, and I don't know the basis for that, so I don't have an opinion. Nick Fuentes certainly able to post online. I suspect that Nick Fuentes has been the primary cause of his own troubles. Nick Fuentes is the most cancelled man in America. Well, if that's true, it's because of the stupid things that Nick Fuentes has said and done. I appreciate people who speak plainly. That doesn't mean that I appreciate all forms of plain speech, right? There are many forms of plain speech that are social suicide and do more harm than good. And so it's easy to tell a person you're fat, you're ugly, and be plain speaking, but usually that will do more harm than good. Has 40 been reading Julius Evola lately? No, I don't think I've ever spent much time reading Julius Evola.
Israel prior to October 7th. There were constant multi-100,000.
Right, rule number one for polite society: don't cross the Zyklon Rubicon. Would I wish to be part of a society that finds lurid comments of that nature acceptable? Okay, so sometimes you want to partake in more zesty and edgy conversations. So it doesn't bother me that there might be a place in a society that I like where these edgy and zesty conversations take place. I would not be up for that type of conversation 24/7, right? Time and a place for it, perhaps.
In-person protests against where Netanyahu and his coalition were taking the country. October 7th happened, and it brought a immediate shift in that. I mean, this is...
And I would say the same thing for people on the Jewish right who want to be open about their desire to exterminate Palestinians, right? I understand the opprobrium that you'll then bring on yourself. And if we were walking down the street and you start yelling death to the Arabs, which did happen to me once, I'm not a fan of that, right? I think that's quite ill-advised, and I think it's ill-advised to publicly call for the extermination or to publicly justify genocides. I don't think that is wise. Whether it is Jews saying that about Palestinians or non-Jews saying that about Jews, or in whatever direction you go, I am not a big fan of publicly making the case for why this or that genocide was perfectly understandable. On the other hand, right, when you have a conflict of interest sufficiently intense and you have geographic proximity, yes, genocides do happen if the conflicts are that intense and the proximity is that intense. So I would not want to diminish the ability of doing scholarship. I am not a fan of the casual invocation of what will sound like justifying genocide.
You know, you're nodding. I don't think you would contest this narrative. New York City is a city of immigrants. New York City is a city with more than 15% foreign-born. New York City after 9/11 had an extraordinary cohesion of identity.
Oh, so you want to hear the backstory to walking around with fellow Jews started yelling death to the Arabs. It was during a tumultuous time in Israel. I think some Israelis had just been slaughtered, and we were all upset, and this guy who was Israeli started yelling out death to the Arabs. And I think that's ill-advised. I don't think you should do that. But I didn't remonstrate with him because it would not have done any good. And I did not run away from him. I think I said, shh, right? If you have that sentiment, there should be some safe people in your life that you can share that with if you have to. I think it's ill-advised to scream it out. It doesn't make you a bad person if you feel that way. I suspect that most Palestinians have that sort of feeling towards Jewish Israelis, and that most Jewish Israelis wish that Palestinians would disappear. But just because something is true and honest doesn't mean that you should scream it aloud in public.
National identity, which you are tracking, is about tribe and family, and J.D. Vance is tracking is about, how many of your generations are buried in the cemetery. National identity in general coheres under threat. I think this would look very different if America was actually being invaded, not invaded in the way the Trump administration talks about it, but an actual invasion.
I remember after 9/11, there were all sorts of neighborhood get-togethers. There was a dramatic increase in social cohesion and social trust. Right? People opened their hearts to their neighbors in ways that I'm not sure I ever remember in my time in America since 1977.
And that shows you that solidarity, cohesion, they wax and wane. They're situational. They loosen in times of peacetime. They harden in times of wartime.
I think that's true. But let me add.
I remember reading a book on creating a stand-up comedy routine, and it made the point, if you hate a group, don't say, I hate this group. Say, I love this group. Right? There are ways to express your hostility that are more or less socially acceptable. And you have to do a little bit more work and exercise a little bit more discipline, but you can still say pretty much everything you need to say, but there are just wiser and less wise ways of saying things. Did you hear the rappers in the UK shouting death to the IDF? And I think that did not rebound to their benefit, and it caused a lot of headaches for the BBC, but I understand why many people would be outraged at the IDF, just as I understand people being outraged at Hamas. Right? In a war, it's going to provoke very intense reactions, and whether you're pro-Israel or anti-Israel, the barbarity of this war is sure to increase the intensity on both sides.
A caveat that I don't think it's true that all identities, all loyalty groups or identity groups, that all of them become stronger under external pressure. There's a difference between a strong identity and a weak identity. I mean, it's a spectrum, obviously. The reason that I write in terms of family, tribe, and nation is because those are often, like very often, they are.
So for much of the past 10 days, I've been drifting off to sleep listening to Edward Gibbon's The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. And then I think Thursday night, I wanted to shake things up. I needed a change, even though I think the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, it occupies about 80 hours of the Audible version. But I just wanted a change, and so I went looking for a book about California. And one of the free selections in my Audible subscription was to Kevin Starr's overview of California history, a relatively short 12-hour Audible version. And so I was drifting off, listening to Kevin Starr talk about the history of California, and I'd wake up. And I happened to wake up where he describes the gold rush. And I lived in Auburn, gold country, for many years. So I moved to the Napa Valley from Australia in 1977, and then in the summer of 1980, we moved to Auburn, which is 45 minutes drive north of Sacramento, and it was a place where you had the gold rush, where people came to mine for gold, and there's still dozens of mining shafts, and it's called Gold Country, And the 49ers refers to the people who descended on Auburn and other places. And so it's had some emotional resonance to me when I listened to Kevin Scott describe the gold rush. And as I was listening to it, I thought, whoa, eureka, I found it. I found additional valuable insights into liberalism and Ezra Klein. And so I ended up rising from my bed at 2 a.m., rubbing the sleep from my eyes, and I began to blog. And so Kevin Starr describes this group of Mormon carpenters who'd just been discharged from a Mormon battalion in the U.S. Army, and with a handful of Native American, aka Indian laborers, they got to work on a sawmill where they hoped to make their fortune. But as they were noticing some sparkling pebbles in the gravel bed of this river, alongside this river, they thought that this was interesting. This isn't normal. And so they started picking up shiny nuggets, and they thought, wow, this might be gold. And they eventually put some tests on these nuggets and found that they were indeed gold. And when word got out, a lot of people descended on the American River to seek gold. And this gold rush, it did not redound to the benefit of all groups equally. Right? Some people made a lot more money and had a lot more success than other groups. And this gold rush-driven immigration into California had disproportionate effect on different peoples. So the native population of California was overwhelmed and displaced by all the immigrants who poured into California to participate in the gold rush. So it was bad for the Native American population of California, but it was great for the European population of California. So one group gained and another group lost. It led to so many immigrants into California that California organized itself as a state of the United States, held elections, and it ended up petitioning the United States Congress for admission into the Union. And when California joined the Union, that helped some parts of the United States and hurt other parts, because California entered the Union as a non-slave state. And so it changed the balance of power. So different people have different gifts. Different events have differing effects on different groups. The discovery of gold in California was bad for the natives. They were swamped and displaced by immigrants. So I would not expect any people to celebrate their displacement. Why would the Palestinians be expected to rejoice at their displacement from the land that is now the Jewish state of Israel? Why would Palestinians say yay with regard to the Nakba, their displacement? Why would Jews rejoice over the Holocaust? Right? Why would any people thrill at becoming a hated minority in a country that they founded? So there are many ways of looking at the gold rush. You can see it as an epic of Anglo-Saxon progress. You can see it as a case study in American ingenuity and self-government. You can see it as a moral crisis, a challenge to communal norms, a triumph of technology, an outpouring of entrepreneurial self-actualization, right? A transformation of America itself. You can see it as a nightmare of violence, lynching, racism, genocide, xenophobia, class and sexual conflict, and a brutal degradation of the environment. And each of these interpretations has considerable truth. Right? The United States was transformed by the gold rush, and not all groups benefited equally. Just like civil rights laws helped some groups of people, hurt other groups of people. Right? Life in Gold Rush, California was sometimes prosperous and freeing, and for other people it was nasty, brutish, and short. All right, 1 out of every 12 people who came to California in this gold rush would lose their life en route or returning from. You had cholera, you had fatal diseases, and these diseases did not necessarily pose an equal threat to every people. There was a temptation to drink too much, to gamble too much, or to spend too much money on prostitutes. You had opportunity to get into very intense debates over claims and theft, which would often lead to violence, and people would get stabbed and murdered. The murder rates in the gold mines was horrendous. Right? An annual rate of 506 homicides per 100,000, right? 50 times the national American homicide rate of 1999. So what the hell does this have to do with liberalism and Ezra Klein? We're just pointing out that different events have a differing effect on different peoples, right? We're not all the same. We don't all have the same gifts, and things that are good for one people are often bad for a different people. So I imagine that the development of AI will be great for some people, and it will be bad for others. Some members of racial and religious groups will dramatically benefit from AI, and other groups will be dramatically hurt. Our politics might well change. And in this type of tumult, whether it's the literal gold rush or the AI gold rush, right, liberal pieties just seem quaint. Right? The gold rush or AI, these things are not universally good. Civil rights, not universally good. Good for some people, bad for others. Right? Things like AI are explosive, destabilizing events that rewrite power structures. They enrich some people, crush others, and redefine peoples and states. Right? AI will represent a historical rupture. It will not be a rising tide that lifts all boats. Some groups will disproportionately benefit. The smartest, most educated, those with the most access to capital, those who are the most technically fluent. Others, already on the margins, may well be displaced and damaged. Right? Ezra Klein, in his invocation of liberal pieties and the beauty of our democratic institutions and arriving at policy consensus and the beauties of disciplined elite discourse, just seems out of touch with the nasty nature of the human being and of reality. AI won't just change everything. It will sort everything. It will change who counts the most, who thrives, who gets erased, and it won't be polite. Right? So Kevin Starr is laying bare the reality of California history. History is a raw, destabilizing truth. History is not usually driven by reasoned debate, consensus, or progress through policy tinkering. It's driven by rupture, ambition, chaos, greed, violence, exclusion, and myth-making. The gold rush was not just a gold rush. It was an uncontrolled social reordering, a psychic jailbreak, and a fantasy of reinvention that trampled over whoever stood in its way, and the rise of AI will likely be the same.
The kinds of things that under duress they strengthen, but not always. I mean, divorce is precisely. I'm talking about now family divorces. The divorces within families, divorce within families is it's an indication of the weakness of the underlying cohesion.
So let's bring this down a level of political organization in a way that I think helps make it more legible. New Hampshire and Massachusetts are part of the original colonies. In terms of having a continuous physical legacy of Anglo-Saxon Protestant Americans there, and just having a continuous connection to the American story, you can't do much better than Massachusetts and New Hampshire. New York actually too. I'm Californian. My state was formed more recently. My state is far above 15% foreign-born, right? My state is a very, very, very diverse state compared to others. Is California less cohesive? Does it have less political identity? Is it lesser? Is it not working? Is becoming California, which in a lot of the trends we're talking about is far more advanced than the nation as a whole, is California something to fear?
National conservatives definitely, but my impression is that the identity of the states at this point in American history is in general very, very weak. So the question here is, right now in America, is there such a thing as a Californian identity of the kind that would, for example, I mean, this is something people are talking about all the time. Like the federal government sends in troops to Los Angeles, and people ask the question: is the California National Guard is it going to obey the orders coming from Washington? Now, my impression, and I'm sure you know better than I do, but my impression is that they will, that we're not likely to see, in the foreseeable future, any kind of anti-American violence.
You moved off of the comparison I actually offered, though.
Okay.
Which is to say that...
I'm sorry, not on purpose.
Which is that I think if you compare...
So Ezra Klein pitches this interview as an interview. It's really a debate, but it's not honest. So his liberalism assumes that people are ultimately rational and governable, that we can decide right and wrong with the use of our own reason, and our diverse interests can be harmonized through deliberation, conversation, technocracy, mutual recognition, and the elevation of expertise. But this Kevin Starr history of California shows in the real world, power often comes first, institutions follow, and morality is retrofitted to justify the winners. So Ezra Klein promotes a story where ideas and rational conversation matters most. California tells a story where power, ambition, violence, contingency, and narrative control determines the ideas. So Ezra Klein's politics, which display themselves as decent, technocratic, inclusive, right, assume a reality about human nature that is simply not there. We are not primarily rational beings. What drives us is much more our biology and our imprinting and our communal hero systems. Right, Ezra Klein assumes a we that often does not exist in America. When the ground shifts, when you discover gold or AI, right, the world does not pause to consult liberal pieties. It reorders itself according to who moves fastest, who adapts best, and who's willing to do what others will not. Right? Ezra Klein's worldview is built on institutional idealism and technocratic optimism. Kevin Starr's history of California is an unflinching study of chaos, myth, ambition, and power. Right? Ezra Klein assumes that people are fundamentally reasonable, persuadable, and capable of democratic cooperation. Right? My own view of human nature is much more skeptical. Right? I recognize in Kevin Starr's history that California was full of desperate, striving, half-mad men chasing illusions of gold, land, fame, reinvention. Human nature in this Kevin Starr account is not always reasonable. It's often volatile, erratic, brutal, and hungry. People don't move west because of rational policy incentives necessarily. They often move west because they're chasing myths, stories, dreams, or they're fleeing ruin. So Ezra Klein believes in the great power of rational deliberation. Kevin Starr is pointing out how internal emotions and primitive drives are leading us more than often rational deliberation. Ezra Klein sees institutions as the engines of social progress. And our problem is we don't trust our institutions and our elites and our experts nearly enough. So he privileges systems, experts, systems, legitimacy, checks and balances, right? In reality, institutions arrive late, weak, and are often irrelevant, or they are covers for partisan power grabs. Ezra Klein will describe American development as a moral arc bending towards justice, albeit slowly and messily. His liberalism is aspirational. He sees that the arc of American history is bending towards progress. And if you're not a liberal, you don't see history necessarily in that sort of arc. You see that human nature is fundamentally wild. So Ezra Klein loves the creedal America, a place where you belong if you simply believe in its ideals. But the reality is that we're driven by things that are much more powerful than our ideals. Right, Ezra Klein thinks diversity is great in and of itself, while Kevin Starr, Yoram Hazony, and myself and people on the right recognize that diversity means that we have less in common with our fellow citizens, and it's often a battleground. Right, myths will often run the show, not usually driven by that which is rational. So human nature in Ezra Klein and the liberal perspective is rational, cooperative, educable. And so the person on the left, his greatest fear is ignorance and bigotry. From a right-wing perspective, human nature is chaotic, self-interested, ambitious, dangerous, wild. and it is exceedingly difficult to corral it in a productive direction. Ezra Klein and liberals view our American institutions as the foundation of our democracy, central to the good life. People on the right see our institutions as not being in our own best interests. Ezra Klein sees moral progress happening on an incremental and achievable basis. People on the right are much more skeptical about moral progress. Ezra Klein believes that diversity is good. People on the right says diversity means that we have less in common with each other, and that's not usually a good thing. Ezra Klein sees myth as dangerous, in need of analysis, decoding, and unpacking. And people on the right recognize that myth is essential, it's motivating, it's identity forming, and its power does not rely on its truth.
I'm familiar with New York. I'm familiar with Massachusetts. I'm familiar with states that have this longer lineage. And I am saying that I do not believe that that is what creates or separates solidarity. I think my identity as a Californian is as strong as anybody from New Hampshire that I've met. And New Hampshire is tiny, so it's much easier to be solidaristic there. But Texans also have this dynamic. Texans also are a younger state. Texans also are a very multicultural state. And I think Texans would tell you that they, and frankly, I think J.D. Vance would tell you that they fit that vision of nationalism and cohesion.
So there are times when increased diversity will lead to an increase in the GDP. Increase in diversity may lead to an increase in the quality of life. And other times when an increase in diversity will destroy social cohesion, social trust, and the quality of life. So it all depends on the type of diversity and the situation and the elements of that diversity. So there was a lot of racism in the construction of the Central Pacific Railway that joined California with the rest of America. And the people who oversaw the crossing of this railway through the Sierra Nevada mountain range, people like construction chief Charles Crocker, knew that they had a problem. There were not enough men in California willing to do the type of back-breaking work at the price that Crocker was willing to pay. Looking at the labor pool, Crocker saw that there were thousands of Chinese in the state, many of whom, for reasons of racial exclusion, being marginalized out of mainstream employment. And Crocker knew that these Chinese, as miners and agricultural laborers, had proven themselves as strong and sinewy, disciplined, dedicated, persistent, and inventive, and so he hired them. He eventually had 10,000 in his employ, and they were essential to the construction of this railway through the Sierra Nevada mountain range with bands of steel and penetrating near solid rock barriers with the summit tunnel, hewn from hand from the solid rock. They would move ties and rails. They would pound spikes with a force that exploded from their muscular bodies. Wow! They would do dangerous work more effectively than any other type of laborer. So different peoples have different skills and different gifts, even if that's racist. There's only one time in my life where I lived with a woman for more than 2 or 3 weeks, and that was in August to October of 1993. I lived with a woman in Orlando, Florida, and she would notice that I loved luxury more than I let on, and she noticed that my chest would flush red when people would speak down to me. So when I listen to Ezra Klein, I often feel like he's speaking down to me, and he is not being honest and fair dinkum. And this triggers me until I can figure out exactly what's happening, and then when I get that clarity, I can relax. So this Yoram Hazony conversation reminds me of many of the things I hate talking to the pompous, who are usually liberals. And this define XYZ for me is often just the lowest form of dialogue. This pose of please help me understand is a pose. Right? This liberal condescension does not bring me joy. Jordan Peterson, to be fair, does employ many of these same tics, and I find him unbearable too. So Grok, which is the AI on Twitter, says that this Yoram Hazony transcript is a good example of Ezra Klein's approach. It's long, it's idea dense, it's structured like a philosophical debate. Right, and I don't buy that. Right, it's not intellectual to be interrupting people and engaging in this badgering and define family, define tribe. right? This help me understand, walk me through it framing, right? This is a signature Ezra Klein move. On the surface, it's polite, it's humble. In practice, puts the interviewee in the position of a teacher and Klein in the position of a skeptical student who needs convincing, right? This is the unbearable condescension. Right, so you could charitably say Ezra Klein's just genuinely trying to understand. What's really going on is it's a passive-aggressive way of saying, you're absurd, what you're saying is absurd, and you have the burden of proving it to me from the ground up. The thing you'll notice with Ezra Klein is he's constantly summarizing his guest's argument back to them. He would say he's steelmanning, presenting their argument in the strongest possible form. I find that he consistently distorts the argument. It's a rhetorical tool. He gets to choose what is emphasized. And then after his summaries, he will make a sharp pivot to his counterpoint. So he gets to frame the guest's argument as his launch pad. So his interrupting style, his asking for mundane definitions of family, tribe, nation, his dishonest reframing of what people are saying, his asking for help to understand. These are not academic. These are not rigorous. These are not deep. Right? These are pompous, annoying, and fatuous. And don't tell me that they are tools of academic rigor.
Better than Vermontis. The thing I am poking at is whether or not this argument that this more soil-based, lineage-based vision of identity, whether or not it actually is stronger, right? The claim being made is the political claim being made by your movement, by your book, is that this is a stronger, safer way to construct a nation, and that nations like America have gone badly off course and are getting into more and more dangerous territory. And the Trump administration is built on the idea. Stephen Miller is executing on the idea that what they're trying to do is sort of save our national identity by doing some very, very violent and aggressive things to definitely make America less like California. Stephen Miller from Santa Monica did not like what Santa Monica was growing up, right? He is famous for that. And I just don't think it's true. I don't think America would be more successful if it built itself like that. I think that we have dramatically outcompeted other nations that are far less open than we are even. Dramatically outcompeted nations that are much less creedal than we are. This vision of like the nation will better hang together and be stronger by being less of this sort of universalistic nationalism and more of this particularistic nationalism. I want to see some, I want to hear the argument for it.
Well, I think I should ask a clarifying question. Please. Because you graciously allowed me to assert what I think is true, that the blood and soil is not a relevant slogan for us. You let me off the blood part. Are you focusing on JD's, I thought, very moving discussion about where...
So Ezra Klein doesn't address the decreasing social cohesion and social trust and the volunteering and the loss in the quality of life that comes with that diversity. It used to be you could live in Los Angeles up until the 1960s and not lock your doors at night and not lock the doors on your car. We've lost all that. We've had vast swaths of our public spaces despoiled. We now have a majority of people living in Los Angeles who don't speak English. Right? We have a tremendous decrease in what we share in common, and that reduces the quality of life. So there are some advantages to California's increase in diversity, and there are some disadvantages. What I find annoying is the posing, right? The presenting itself as this high-minded intellectual inquiry, when what you have here is so frequently dishonest manipulation, right? Ezra Klein's goal is not some mutual understanding. It is a dishonest rhetorical victory, right? And I'm tired of this pose of Ezra Klein as the anointed, and anyone who's a conservative is the benighted, bitter clinger to their guns and religion, right? He just doesn't see himself or present himself as having different opinions, but presents himself as occupying the higher moral and cognitive plane. And those of us who disagree with him are bitter, marginalized losers. We're not just wrong. We need our consciousness raised. We need being educated, right? And his signature move, please help me understand, it's not a humble request for information. It's a power move of the anointed. It's establishing a hierarchy where he presents himself as the rational patient examiner, and the conservative guest is the confused, benighted subject whose muddled thoughts require special assistance to be made coherent, right? I fed into Grok, Ronnie Goodman's book on conservative claims of cultural oppression, said, apply this book to this transcript of Ezra Klein talking with Yoram Hazony. So I love Ronnie's analysis, and when you apply his book to Ezra, you see that what he is putting out there as a humble pursuit of truth is really a performative act of manipulation to assert his own intellectual and moral superiority. Right? And this, please define family, define tribe, define nation. Right? The tactic is all about the anointed, liberal, confident in his own clarity, demanding that the primitive, bitter, benighted conservative define his terms, implying that the conservative's own ideas are built on confusion. Right? This is not a search for truth. It's a power move to control the terms of the debate and expose the conservative as intellectually unserious. And Ezra Klein conducts these interviews with conservatives as an attempt to civilize the benighted and primitive conservative and to try to raise them up to the buffered self. So modern liberalism is the apex of a long civilizing process in its own imagination that creates the modern buffered self. They've simply subtracted away that which is irrational, when really what they've done is mutate the Protestant conception of the world and take that and secularize it. So the buffered self is a self that thinks it's disengaged, it is rational, it is separate from the world and can decide right and wrong on its own. Conservatives, right-wingers, we are much more medieval, right? We understand our identity as being porous, that we experience the world in a more immediate, embodied, intuitive way. And our current culture war is a clash between these two ways of being. So his entire methodical style, his interview process, his breaking down arguments, demanding linear logic, summarizing points into disinterested representations, it's all an attempt to try to force the porous conservative into the framework of the modern enlightened buffered self. Right? He's insisting on a mode of discourse that is native to the emancipated urban intellectual, such as himself, but alien to the conservative's non-explicit engagement with the world. And the annoyance that I feel is a reaction to this imposition and manipulation. Right? It's the resistance of my biology to this social molding. His entire process feels fake and fatuous and manipulative because it dismisses the reality of life for people as embodied in a world with genetic and communal drives. And he, Ezra Klein and liberals, they want to say, oh, our intuitive and flesh knowledge, that's illegitimate, that's primitive. We need to become excarnated. We need to move into a buffered self. We need to adopt the abstract language of the liberal elites. And liberals never apply their own theories to themselves. They act as though they are detached. They are objective. They are the pursuers of truth, the theorists and the planners, and they ignore the personal, subjective, hero system motives that fuel their own positions, just like my motives are also fueled by personal hero systems. Right? So we have a deceptive and self-deceptive histrionic mimicry of objectivity in Ezra Klein and liberal elites that is infuriating. Right? When Ezra Klein rephrases what Yoram Hazony is saying, he's not trying to find the truth. Right? He's engaging in a social performance. He is disguising his arbitrary hero system, his arbitrary will. He is putting himself out there as a hard-headed, practical, pragmatic, no-nonsense realist, but rephrasing things to fit his own subjective hero system, consistently shifting the ground of the debate to advantage his own partisan position. Right? He is trying to project an image of pure, disinterested reason. Right? But it's a performance. It's a social performance calculated to reinforce his hierarchical relationship to those of us who are bitter, benighted medieval clingers on the right. It is the arrogant theologian instinct of the liberal who believes he stands above the fray, while instead he's deeply invested in it. Right? These annoying tics, not just personal habits of Ezra Klein, right? They are the expression of our dominant liberal elite and their particular secular theology or their cosmological orientation. They are trying to impose their own historically constructed subjective way of being, this buffered self, and taking it for granted that it is a universal standard of reasoning, and dismissing that there are other ways of experiencing life, such as the conservatives' more medieval, more intuitive, more embodied, more porous self, and portray us as primitive and irrational. So this is not a neutral exchange of ideas, it is a Kulturkampf, where Klein's methods serve to censor, to intimidate, to delegitimize, and to enforce the unspoken mores of the dominant liberal culture.
Where his ancestors are buried in Kentucky, in order to make an argument that nationalism is about the soil.
I am saying, I am trying to say quite explicitly that I think national conservatism, that I think J.D. Vance, that I think this movement that you have been a leader in is trying to make a move that is much more focused on the people who have been here. Right. Donald Trump often talks in terms of right. Real Americans.
Yeah.
That you are all ideological superstructure for a thing that is happening.
And another vital tool for understanding how Ezra Klein operates is the work of Stephen Turner, particularly his book on the politics of expertise. So we are increasingly run by unelected experts who portray themselves as disinterested, but they are petty and subjective and self-interested just as much as everyone else. Right? And so Ezra Klein's constant reframing, his define this, help me understand that, these are all moves to keep himself as the aggregator and the legitimator of what is true. Right? He's not just asking questions. He's trying to control what counts as truth, as valid, what's intelligible, and what is knowledge. And he's trying to hide behind a facade of neutrality while serving as a proponent of the left's worldview. Right? He's polite, he's procedural to reinforce a left-wing technocratic worldview in which people like him are the arbiter of what is true and intelligible and rational. So, as we have more rule by experts, right, we have less and less democracy. We now have more and more expert bodies that decide what we're allowed to contest in the realm of the political. And so Ezra Klein acts like a commissar. He is a mini commission of experts. He selectively delegates part of the conversation to expert discourse. He will narrow the scope of what you can talk about on equal footing. His repeated interruptions, definitional demands, his rephrasings are all part of this liberalizing of expertise, right? You can have discussion, but only under the constraints that keep the expert in control. Right? This is a pretense to be apolitical, but it's a political strategy. His help me understand isn't politically neutral. It's an assertion of his role as the reasonable, fact-grounded arbiter that delegitimizes the guest's authority. Right? Ezra Klein's questioning comes across to me as condescending rather than curious, because the interview is an exercise here in expert gatekeeping. He's using procedural politeness, epistemic framing to control what is knowledge, to define what we're allowed to talk about, and to keep the conversation within his ideological comfort zone. Right? This is a textbook mode of our dominant experts. Right? Define X. Right? He wants to gatekeep. He wants to certify. He wants to use his recognition filters. He wants to allow experts to control entry into discussion and to determine what we're allowed to talk about and make the great unwashed meet the standards of experts before we're allowed to proceed in any kind of contest. So he gets to set the epistemic frame and to marginalize the guest's own frame and experience. Help me understand. Right? Faux, naive attempt to signal confusion and skepticism without directly challenging. Right? It's unmanly. It's manipulative. This please help me understand is his way of claiming the procedural high ground. He gets to appear open-minded while acting as the arbiter of whether a claim is intelligible enough to enter public reason. He will reframe with bias. He doesn't just combine knowledge, he reformulates it according to the norms of his system, the liberal elite media worldview. In this, aggregation is never neutral. It always has to be organized by a particular subjective partisan hero system. He will interrupt to interject counterexamples, to question whether Yoram Hazony has any expertise in what he's talking about. He will keep then circling back to his contradictions. He will operate with disciplinary containment, right? Experts like Ezra Klein will use these repetitive challenge loops to force interlocutors back inside a narrower frame to exclude lines of argument and discussion that stray from what they consider acceptable. So he's acting here as a commission rather than as a man. He is positioning himself as the arbiter of what we can talk about, how terms are defined, and when an answer is sufficient. Right? When you have experts, they will often form these commissions and then want to reserve many domains of the political to technical authorities such as himself. So Ezra Klein plays that one-man liberal left expert commission here, letting Yoram Hazony speak, but only within Klein's intellectual jurisdiction. So you have politeness masking asymmetrical power. Ezra Klein will come across as calm and courteous, but he is controlling the pace, the scope, the framing of the dialogue by bullying. He is trying to appear as apolitical as his political strategy. He is exercising his political control while avoiding accountability. Right? He is demanding definitions and credentials to filter and aggregate other people's knowledge through their own framing, to maintain the appearance of procedural fairness, while exercising control over what is considered valid or discussable. He is performing expertise politics. He's not having a free, equal conversation between two men.
Taking the ideological arguments here very seriously, but I am saying that I don't buy them, right? And I don't buy them because I come from a part of this country that is different. And I think my parents, my father's a Brazilian immigrant, my mother, a couple generations back from Eastern European Jews on both sides. I don't think I am less American than people who can trace themselves back to the Mayflower. And I think the implication of a lot of these arguments is that I or people like me are or should be viewed with more suspicion. And I think people don't always like to defend that. But if they're not...
Well, you view people with suspicion who are a threat to you. Right? American politics for a century has devolved into a coalition of the fringe led by intellectuals like Ezra Klein versus the European Christian center, right? The fringe versus the middle. And those who identify with the core of America are going to be much more likely to sacrifice for it and to feel patriotic and nationalistic. And those who feel like they're on the fringe are going to be less likely to sacrifice for America and less nationalistic. So when I hear Ezra Klein's games, I have this primitive reaction. I want to say to Ezra, be a man, not a ponce. All right, I want a different engagement. I want a manly engagement. I don't want some kind of feminized, bureaucratic, liberal elite cultural demonstration. Right? A man is dissatisfied with what is merely legal or conventional. This is Harvey Mansfield. Man favors war. He likes risk. He admires heroes. He's willing to take a stand. He doesn't like to surrender. He will not allow himself to be determined by context. He's not interested in adapting or being flexible. Man is direct, confrontational, and steadfast. By contrast, Ezra Klein's rational control approach is we need safety. We need to operate by the rules. We need peace. We need to avoid risk. We need to avoid manliness. We need to use all the measures that encourage or compel behavior that lacks drama. So Ezra Klein embodies rational control, constantly interrupts to define terms, he rephrases, he focuses on procedure over conviction to avoid a direct manly clash of wills. So the demand to be a man to Ezra Klein says, stop these games, stop these manipulations, stop relying on procedure, and be fair dinkum, be straightforward. All right, so from a non-liberal perspective, liberalism, as embodied by Ezra Klein, has become the opposite of traditional masculinity. Right, from a trad perspective, right, modern liberalism has undermined manliness, feminized our culture, elevated safety and excessive caution into virtues instead of weaknesses. So now it feels like more and more of our life is controlled by modern bureaucracies. They're much more hospitable to the effete, androgynous male, such as the Ezra Klein, who fits the feminist mold of manhood, and that male individuality, male exuberance, and male aggression now must be stringently curbed and disciplined by people like Ezra Klein. So this interview feels like a process of curbing and disciplining the man, Yoram Hazony. He takes a strong political argument from a conservative and then subjects it to a process of intellectual dissection that drains it of its exuberance and aggression, leaves it tamed and civilized, that can be managed within his feminized framework. And so a trad bloke might say, don't be a Ponce, right? Maybe an expression of this visceral rejection of this perceived effete, feminized intellectual style. The trad rejects the expert's manipulation and sleight of hand. Right? Ezra Klein is exercising power like many elites through his cognitive authority, not by brute force. And he wants to control the language, control the frame, to make his solution seem like the only rational choice. And so from a trad perspective, this is not fair dinkum. Right? The manly approach would be a direct confrontation. The expert approach, as embodied by Ezra Klein, is to control the process, to act as the referee who writes the rule book. Feels like manipulation and sleight of hand rather than a fair fight. So when I say, Ezra, be a man, I want him to drop the pretense of being a neutral arbiter of facts and to fight on the same ground as a political opponent with a clear agenda. Right? I am protesting a mode of discourse that feels indirect, procedural, and emasculated. I want to reject the buffered, rationalized world of the liberal expert. I want to return to a more direct, porous, and confrontational style. I'm saying drop the polite connoisseur act and engage as an equal. Right. This Ezra Klein style is like running a fight through a rules committee that he chairs. But if you strip away the commission posture and the help me understand preambles, maybe we'd get a conversation that would be more direct, risky, and real, which is exactly what his method is designed to avoid. And when Ezra tells Yoram that he's illiberal, it reminds me of Christians telling non-Christians that they are heretics and that they're going to hell for rejecting Christ, when these non-Christians are simply following their own path, the journey for which Christ and Christian claims are irrelevant. Christ and liberalism are not the standards by which everything must be judged. If you're not a Christian, you cannot be a Christian heretic. If you're not a liberal, then illiberal is as irrelevant as denying Christ is to the non-Christian who has his own hero system.
Going to defend that, I actually don't know what they're saying.
Okay. You've mentioned multiculturalism a few times, so let me just address that directly. Multiculturalism, I don't know how far it got in the general public, but as an academic theory, it was very, very popular in the 80s and 90s and 2000s. It's a very optimistic theory because what it assumes is that there's going to be lots of internal diversity, which notice that nationalists and conservatives also think there's going to be lots of internal diversity. The argument between them is whether there has to be a center in order to hold the thing together. In order for a society to be able to endure over time.
So what percentage of this monologue comes from ChatGPT? Well, the ChatGPT production is a combination of my inputs and my working with it. So I worked with ChatGPT to develop that. I gave ChatGPT my thoughts, Ronnie Goodman's thoughts, Stephen Turner's thoughts, my critiques, my reactions, and then ChatGPT molded that into a more coherent argument. It's teamwork, bro.
Much more important than the question of how many generations have the people been here. Much more important than that is the question of is there a dominant culture that is consists of groups that have a strong loyalty to one another, if there is such a thing, then there can be lots of minority groups that have very different approaches. They can be closer or further. They can feel, more a part of it or less. But it was possible to have a successful relationship with all sorts of small minority groups when you could count on there being a sense.
So I have a weakness for beautiful words. I have a weakness for inspiring ideas. I have a weakness for that which sounds great. But there are things far more important than that which sounds great, and that's what does great. And beautiful words are not necessarily the most accurate or true words. And all good things exist in tension with each other. So William F. Buckley, he was a master of wit and beautiful words, not someone who optimized for truth and depth. I want to optimize for truth. I want to optimize for depth. I want to try to optimize for that which is good. I love the sound of free markets. I love the sound of free trade. I love all sorts of beautiful sounding things, but I love truth more. I love that which will elevate and increase the dignity of my fellow Americans more than I love abstract principles of free markets and free trade. And to that end, I am reluctantly compromising on my fidelity to these beautiful sounding ideals of free trade and free markets to recognize that there may be a very substantial case to be made for, God forbid, industrial policy. And there may be very substantial case to be made for all sorts of things that are not beautiful sounding in theory. Right? Beautiful words are beautiful words, but that which increases the dignity and quality of life of my fellow Americans is far more important than catchy phrases and profound sounding principles. And so I am reading a book that is opening my mind. It's on industrial policy.
To them and making them available, not for free, but on a subsidized basis. The government will teach them how to embrace the most advanced technologies.
Yeah, makes total sense. One of the things you say is that the last
So this bloke on the left, Aaron Wrenn, he is my favorite Christian thinker. He's a Protestant. He's not a clergyman. He argues that Christians in America now live in a negative world, meaning that America is much more anti-Christian these days and has been since the Obergefell ruling than it is neutral.
Fundamental technologies produced almost entirely by the private sector were the automobile and the electric grid. And that's kind of interesting to think about. I was thinking, well, what about airplanes? And you just mentioned that much of the development of actual airplanes as they exist today was done through defense contracts and various government subsidies, and that the government even got the airline industry going through airmail contracts that guaranteed, business to these nascent airlines that were getting off the ground. And if it weren't for the guaranteed contracts they had with the post office, we never would have developed an airline industry.
Oh, that's very true. In the 1920s, it was obvious that aircraft had potential, but you had a chicken and the egg problem for the industry. You couldn't create nationwide airlines until you had adequate aircraft. And nobody was willing to put up the money to build adequate aircraft until there were airlines that were going to buy them. So a very clever man named Herbert Hoover, who has an unfortunate historical reputation, but he was Secretary of Commerce before he was president. And he was, some people think, the best Secretary of Commerce.
So free markets and free minds and standing for freedom sounds wonderful, sounds invigorating. But we don't have free minds. We are driven by our biology, by our early imprinting, and by the particular hero system of the community to which we belong. And free markets has some good ideas and some good things about it, but maybe we shouldn't venerate it as the abstract principle to which all other values must bend the knee. Right? Perhaps increasing the dignity and the quality of life for more Americans is more important than these abstract principles about free trade and free markets.
Commerce we ever had. He was referred to once as Secretary of Commerce and Undersecretary of every other department because he was a very dynamic cabinet officer and did a lot of things in radio and air.
So he's not Mr. Smooth Talker in Fletcher, but he is dropping truth bombs. Perhaps I'm not enough of an expert.
Airlines, as we're going to talk about now, he deliberately set out to create a national airline industry. And one of the things they did is they figured, how do you get aircraft built? Well, you need demand for aircraft. And how can government create demand for aircraft in a way that's not going to be, some un-American socialist type thing? And what he said was, well, people would love to have faster postal service where you can send a letter from New York to Chicago or Los Angeles faster than it's currently going by train. So you have this thing that could actually be commercially viable if the post office would do it, of a nationwide air mail service. And the great thing about air mail is it pays more per pound than freight. So you can actually start building up airlines with a decent amount of revenue that they've actually earned by carrying letters. But it doesn't require as much comfort as passengers, and it's not the same degree of tragedy when the planes.
So Ian Fletcher is the co-author of a new book that I'm reading that seems like an important book to me. It's called Industrial Policy for the United States, Winning the Competition for Good Jobs and High-Value Industries. And so he makes the argument the U.S. has been losing the international competition for high-value industries and good jobs and the wealth, tax revenue, and national defense capabilities that they provide. So we are losing millions upon millions of manufacturing jobs to our commitment to free trade, and real wages for regular non-supervisory supervisory workers has stagnated for 40 years, in large part because of these job losses. And consumers have benefited from the imports, but not enough to outweigh the loss to our country in industries and jobs. Now we rely on foreigners to provide us with key military components. Many of them come from China, our biggest adversary. We are exposed to supply cutoffs, to sabotage, to spyware. The COVID pandemic revealed the vulnerability of our medical and other important supply chains. And till recently, industrial policy has been dismissed as ill-advised, inefficient. We don't need to intervene in free markets. So it's been associated with failing industries such as steel, and with failing companies, and with boondoggles such as synthetic fuels and different reactors. And industrial policies being associated with governments propping up failing state-owned companies while mismanaging them. But systematic proactive industrial policy is the norm for rich, technologically advanced countries that we must compete with. Now, over the past 15 years, industrial policy is slowly filtering back into American policy conversation. And the most dramatic embodiment of it is under Joe Biden. The Bipartisan Infrastructure Act, the CHIPS and Science Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act are all ambitious new programs that contain industrial policy. Right? Maybe these Biden passed programs would do much more good than harm. So these programs endorse and embody a number of core industrial policy principles. They say that we need to lead the way in certain industries and to secure our supply chains, not just for defense industries, but anything that's vital for our national security, that we should make things, not just invent them. I used to think, if we export poetry, we export potato chips, that's just as valuable as exporting computer chips. And these Biden programs recognize that large-scale government investment is needed to dominate important new technologies. Now, most regular economists oppose industrial policies, right? They tend to have an extremely negative idea about industrial policies. They presume that the best industrial policy is just to let the free market work, that the decentralized incentives of the marketplace will push resources to the place with the highest expected return. But there might be a problem with mainstream economics, right? Mainstream economics is only good at understanding things that are well suited to mathematical models, such as price setting in a freely competitive market. Conventional mainstream economics doesn't have much insight into organizations, business management, corporate strategy, research and development, engineering, developing and training a workforce, creating technology, product design, the strategies that nations use to compete with each other, because these things do not reduce to mathematical equations, but they are essential to how modern firms work. And in many fields that do mathematize, such as finance and international trade, economists are prone to oversimplifications that lead to false conclusions. So I thought, my God, I wanted to get a PhD in economics at one point. Is this true? Is the academic discipline of economics this limited and vulnerable? And so I put it into various forms of AI, and the consensus was this is a very accurate description. Right? Mainstream economics is strongest where behavior can be reduced to clean mathematical equations. But the weaknesses that this guy is pointing to are real. Organizational behavior, management, innovation. Right? These are messy human, institutional, and historical factors that resist tidy mathematical modeling. Economics doesn't have much insight here. Economics doesn't have much insight into technology, product development. Right? Economists model innovation abstractly, but in reality, these processes are complex and case-specific. Political economy pontificates about government policy and national strategy, but the way that decisions are made and strategic maneuvering occurs are far better and more accurately captured by other disciplines such as political science, history, and strategic studies. Classic economic models make numerous unrealistic assumptions about financial markets, such as perfect markets, rational expectations, frictionless capital flows that frequently lead to predictions and policies that fail. What are examples of mainstream economics that fails? Right, the 2008 financial crisis. Right? Mainstream economic models did not predict this. They assumed away systemic risk and the possibility of cascading failures in interconnected financial institutions. I just rewatched the great 2011 movie Margin Call. Gives you a visceral sense of the human dimension. Complex mortgage derivatives and shadow banking were treated by mainstream economists as if the markets would automatically price them correctly, would ignore institutional incentives and human error. So you had a widespread failure to predict or even recognize the crisis that was building. Standard trade theory predicts that countries like Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan should specialize according to their factor endowments, such as low-cost labor. In reality, all these nations use heavy-handed government intervention, protectionism, and coordinated industrial strategy to create advanced manufacturing. American economists said they should just stick with the cheap, easy manufacturing. Economists treat innovation as a smooth, continuous variable instead of a lumpy, path-dependent, organizationally complex process. Economists miss why we get breakthroughs, why many technologies stall. Standard labor economics assume workers are just easily reallocated when industries decline. They don't recognize that different people have different gifts, and different peoples make for different types of workforces. And economists have consistently been overly optimistic about how fast communities will recover from globalization shocks, such as the China shock in American manufacturing. They assume that competitive markets and privatization will be great. Instead, what often emerges are oligopolies and kleptocracies. Economists have a preference for elegant, tractable math that leaves them blind. They prefer mathematical equilibrium models where the markets are clear. They want tidy mathematical equations. They want to assume away instability, feedback loops, crises, and the raw, brutal fact that different peoples have different gifts. So they ignore reality. They want to keep their math equations solvable, so they treat firms, workers, and countries as possessing identical gifts. They want to erase real-world diversity in capability, strategy, institutions. The very things that technology adoption, industrial policy, and workforce development create. Economists have an aversion to the complexity of the real world. They don't have many insights into management, engineering, and political decision-making. They don't have much insight into those things that do not translate neatly into mathematical equations, such as power struggles, corporate culture, bureaucracies. These things are harder to formalize, so mainstream economics sidesteps them. They're overly reliant on a rational optimization model. They love their mathematically elegant and analytically tractable models, but they miss the human error. Different groups have different gifts. They ignore institutional inertia. They are overly optimistic about smooth adjustments to shocks such as what happens when China takes over many of your native industries. They ignore the difficulty of retraining workforces and the downsides to market liberalization. Milton Friedman popularized the idea that unrealistic assumptions don't matter if predictions work. They prefer data fit over reality. They can fine-tune their statistical models to match past data. That's not the same as understanding the underlying mechanisms. Right. Mainstream economics offers weak insight into business organization, management, corporate strategy, research and development, engineering, workforce development, the origins of technology, product design, policy making, national competition strategies. Right. And this is universally acknowledged. But you don't hear this when the news media says economists say XYZ.
Crash because people don't get killed. So you can start building up demand for aircraft that are big enough and reliable enough to carry large quantities of airmail. And then as you build up the capabilities of your aircraft industry on the back of that, they can then transition to carrying passengers. And the federal government did a lot of other things like creating the air traffic control system, creating safety standards, building airports. All these things didn't happen by accident. And the private sector wouldn't have done this in 1925 because there were no major airlines. There was no traffic. You have to have government get ahead of the curve and set about creating this industry. And as a result of this, on the eve of World War II, the U.S. had the world's most advanced private sector airline system and aircraft industry supplying the planes, such as the legendary Douglas DC-3 Dakota, of which there are still a few still in service around the world because it was such a great aircraft. It's never been surpassed for some purposes.
Wow. Yeah, and there's the number of products that the government had some role in creating is just staggering. You list some of them: barcode scanners, disposable diapers, closed captioning, cordless vacuums, memory foam, and scratch-resistant sunglasses. Presumably, many of those incorporated research, government-funded research from universities or something like that. You even note Apple Computer in its early days got some type of investment from the Small Business Administration, which I thought was really interesting to think that government money went into Apple Computer even in its early days.
Oh, sure. And this is not an extended encomium to government. This is how American capitalism really works. This is what, if you want the American way, if you want capitalism, this is how it actually works. And this is what needs to be supported. The fantasy of having absolutely everything in a purely private sector basis, that's a libertarian dream that just doesn't stand up to the facts. But this is not a socialist agenda by any means. This is how you make high-tech modern capitalism actually function.
So at least some of our industrial policy efforts in America had to have failed. What are some of our failures?
Right, there are many beautiful constructs that simply don't work in real life.
Well, you're absolutely correct that industrial policy is something that fails all the time. And I want to make crystal clear here that industrial policy is not an ideology. You don't say, okay, I'm in favor of industrial policy. Anything that constitutes industrial policy, I want. Industrial policy is something that you have to get right, which is why we talk in the book about a lot of failure cases. One example of a big failure was the Synthetic Fuels Corporation in the United States, which was created in the late 1970s when the country was reeling from OPEC and the oil shocks following on the Arab-Israeli war and the Iranian Revolution. And Americans noticed that the U.S. had stupendous quantities of coal. I mean, we had hundreds and hundreds of years worth of coal deposits, and you can turn coal into oil and gasoline. I mean, the Germans did it in World War II, for example. So people said, why are we making ourselves dependent on Middle Eastern oil when we can just grind up and hydrogenate our own coal reserves and we can have all the oil and gas we need? And as a purely engineering matter, that is indeed true. So the U.S. government created a subsidy program that was going to help fund the creation of privately owned coal to gas plants, and the government would back this by agreeing to buy their output at a certain price. And for a few years, it looked like this might be a good idea because oil was so expensive and politically volatile that why not? Well, what eventually happened is the price of oil in the early 80s started to come down because, contrary to people's scaremongering, there was never a shortage of oil. The world was not running out of petroleum. What we had is we had political mischief in the Middle East causing chaos in markets. And as oil reverted to a more natural price, oil made out of coal became price uncompetitive because there's no way that it's going to be cheap when you take coal and you grind it up and hydrogenate it in these giant, chemical plant type things. You can't compete with hydrocarbons that have already been broken down by Mother Nature and left underground. You just can't. So when oil ceased to look like it was on a trajectory to be $125 a barrel, remember, this is early 80s money, then the whole enterprise fell apart. And, the U.S. government wasted probably about $2 or $3 billion pursuing this dream when it looked like it was going to be a good idea. But thankfully, the country did respond rationally when the facts changed and the whole thing was eventually killed. But yes, that was a failure. It didn't produce any useful results.
What about something like Solyndra, the solar panel factory that got a huge loan, I think it was, from the Obama administration and then promptly went bankrupt?
Well, the important thing to understand about the Solyndra debacle, which was pounced on and publicized in part because there were some indications of political favoritism with the donations to the Obama campaign. I don't know anything about that in detail. But the thing to understand about that is the Department of Energy program that lent Solyndra that money operated on a portfolio basis. That is to say, it didn't just lend money to that one company, but it spread its bets over dozens and dozens of solar companies. And when you look at the net result of the entire portfolio, that program broke even. In fact, it ran at a slight profit. So you look at something like Solyndra and say, okay, maybe you have lessons here about political corruption and the unpredictability of technological trajectories. But you also have the larger lesson that if you run industrial policy programs like that the way you should, which is you spread your bets over multiple companies attempting to exploit a given technology for a given purpose, that part of it actually worked out fine.
No, he doesn't have a musical voice. He doesn't have an entertaining manner. He just seems to have a considerable basis in reality. He seems to be saying something important. All right, you may be wondering what the hell's been going on with two-way.
It's grown 245% in the past 24 months because people are basically like, I don't want to have to worry about it. So it's not just a cultural thing. It's the philosophy is you will never be debanked. But the idea that major corporate, I mean, to your point, no, these boards are.
All right, this is Sean Spicer with Mark Halperin and Dan Turrentine talking about debanking, which didn't get much coverage in the mainstream news media.
Could also be potentially referred to the Justice Department for criminal charges. Dan, will this executive order, which as best I can tell from the journal description is not retroactive, will this be welcomed by the banking community, or will they fight it?
I think they won't fight it because they don't want to pick a fight with Trump. Look, as you say, it's been underreported. It's the first time that I had heard him that he spoke to Jamie Dimon, and he made it sound almost like Dimon called the Trump people, but that he didn't do it. And then Trump went on to say he called Brian Moynihan, and Brian Moynihan said no as well, who's the CEO of Bank of America. Look, it's not that as Trump said, it's one thing if you go into default or you've engaged in some illicit financial activity where a bank would say, okay, you're violating banking laws. I imagine this was after January 6th when he was unpopular and they just didn't want to be associated with him, which is not okay in my opinion. So I look forward to hearing more about it, but I don't think the banking community will say a peep about it. They'll take it.
Sean, this may sound like a rhetorical or plaintive question, but how could this have happened in America? Don't these banks have boards of directors that have some conservatives on them?
No. I mean, honestly, this is, to your point, beyond Trump, this is a big issue, especially in the Second Amendment area, where they have debanked organizations or anyone that has to do with firearms, Second Amendment, right to life issues.
Also crypto, but not just those sectors.
Right. But I'm just saying that this has been going on, to your point, largely unnoticed. The bank that I'm on the board of, in full disclosure, Old Glory Bank, was literally, that was the nexus behind it, is to give a place where no matter your views, your money could be safe and grow. And it's grown 245% in the past 24 months because people are basically like, I don't want to have to worry about it. So it's not just a cultural thing. It's the philosophy is you will never be debanked. But the idea that major corporate, I mean, to your point, no, these boards are complicit in this and no one's speaking up for it. But you're literally telling organizations and people, because of your political views, your money's no good here. And to your point, it's not as simple as, oh, well, then we'll just go from Bank of America to Chase. They're all in it together.
Yeah. And I think the other thing, too, is because it sounds like this happened to Trump after 2020. In my own experience, in my previous career, I can't tell you how much board of directors lost their minds the summer of 2020 after George Floyd and everything else. The pressure on companies to start making statements, because I had many meetings, many phone calls advising not to do this, because once you open the door to one person's politics, you expose yourself to the pendulum swing. And then you're caught, kind of trying to ping pong and satisfy who's ever in power. But boards of directors were considered wading into or out of, in this instance, so many things that historically companies would never have touched, ever.
100%. In the history. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, to your question, though, part of the reason that they don't cover it, and I'm not trying to be hyperbolic, is because they agree. I mean, the New York Times says, "Good, I'm glad he can't get banked," and the Washington Post. So it's not a story to them because the reporter says, "Yeah, you don't deserve." I mean, most of these people agree with the leftist tactics.
But I want to know, where were the Republican members of Congress? Why didn't they do more?
Oh, because they were being pummeled about January 6th. So one of the big movements in corporate America was cut off all PAC money to any Republican.
But this isn't just about January 6th.
Well, Mark, but it all became this stew of George Floyd, social injustice, Charlottesville.
You're right. You're right about the context, Dan. I'm just saying the silence on the part of people who were affected and people who should have advocated for them. It's un-American what happened.
Well, but the problem was that first of all, I agree with you, Mark, on the sense of where were Republican members of Congress speaking up and saying this. But to Dan's point, they were getting squeezed by saying, hey, we're going to cut off this. They weren't the majority. And you watch these guys, this is where I have a problem with my own party, where All of these guys are not coming back and like, oh, I'm really sorry we screwed you, Mark Zuckerberg, et cetera. And I get it. They're playing a game. Smart on them. And that's their business. That's their job, is to look out for their companies. But our job on the right is to hold them accountable and to say, no. You don't get back with $1 million contribution to the inaugural.
I would like to interview every executive producer and every executive editor, every major news organization, and say, did you know about this story? Did you even know about it?
Yeah, and I can just say, Sean, Republicans did. So I want to be careful here. I advised what I advised. The entity did not end up doing what a lot of Democrats wanted. I got a phone call from a Republican saying, if you go ahead with what Democrats are saying, we will never forget. We're keeping score.
Yeah.
Now, I knew that already, so they didn't have to call me, but I always appreciated being called. But both sides were threatening, you have to do this because this is outrageous. If you do this, it's insanity and we'll never forget. So Republicans were quietly under the radar.
They were.
But back in the day, if Tom DeLay was still in Congress, we would have a list and say, you're not dealing with these guys again. And to me, the idea that JP Morgan and Bank of America got away with this and they're not paying a bigger price is bad on Republicans. Republicans need to hold them accountable and say, okay, you guys had it your way, but you know what now? We're going to hold you accountable. And it is shameful that Republicans are not holding them more accountable. And look, to Mark's point, this was a big issue with the Second Amendment and pro-life communities for a long time before it reached a boiling point. And so
it's also part of why the multi-billion-dollar crypto industry is now totally a wholly owned subsidiary of the Republican Party.
Okay, what do I have here? Why you're exhausted? Oh yeah, I like this.
When I started my first company, I had no idea what I was doing at all, and so I was incredibly.
All right, this is an online self-help type coach named Joe Hudson.
Stressed. A friend of mine said, "Hey, you should go to this traditional Chinese medicine person who lived in, I think he'd lived in Taiwan for 20 or 30 years, and so I went to him." And I had no idea about traditional Chinese medicine at the time. I thought it was all phooey, but this friend of mine I respected, so I went. And so he's giving me the treatment, giving me herbs. And I said, well, if you were a Western doctor, what would you do? Mostly as a way to justify, like, okay, he knows what he's doing. And what he said to me was, Western doctors, what they would do is you'd be stressed and then you'd start drinking coffee. And then you drink a lot of coffee, and then eventually you would go into depression, and then they would give you antidepressants. And this was before, by the way, there were things like anti-anxiety.
So in 1958, William F. Buckley started taking Ritalin, the anti-ADHD drug that could quite help you with your powers of focus, concentration, and energy. You will have a more powerful workout. You'll be able to lift more weight. You'll be able to do physically and mentally more strenuous things if you have Ritalin on your side. And so William F. Buckley was taking it from 1958 onward.
Meds. So this was when there was just Prozac coming onto the market. And I was like, what? And he said, yeah, so basically the way it works is that your adrenal fatigue happens. You're running off adrenaline. You don't have enough adrenaline, so you use coffee. That amps up your adrenaline, and then eventually your adrenals just fail on you, and then you get depressed. And so then you get antidepressants. And so he gave me some herbs that were to help me refurbish or reinvigorate my adrenals. But
I remember going to acupuncture for my left elbow pain, and the acupuncturist was great. Within 4 sessions, the pain was gone. And I also remember getting herbs from the same acupuncturist that considerably increased my energy levels.
It started to really hit me what's happening there, especially as I became a venture capitalist and I saw CEO after CEO, when they finished with their company, they became depressed. They would finish the company and then I would call it the pajama period. They would sit in their pajamas for 2 years and do nothing except for beat themselves up for not being relevant. And that was like the typical thing. So what I realized in that was that there's stress And then if the stress is unaddressed, if you don't get the downtime, if you don't have the parasympathetic nervous system come online enough, you'll get to burnout. And then the burnout will lead to depression. The depression is a whole nother story. There's a whole bunch of things that keep depression in place. And there's things that can create depression in you, like a critical voice in your head that's constantly beating you up.
There are many, many valuable things that I have learned from depression or just illness. When I have to stop, when I am depressed or down and I am driven to abandoning all the things I was putting my energy into, it's an opportunity to rethink my priorities, to rethink everything that I'm committed to rethink everything that I'm doing, to stop, to plan a new path ahead, then run that through in my head, seeing whether that's an adaptive, useful new path that I should go to. And so getting depressed, getting sick, you stop getting caught up in all sorts of exertions that you're engaged in habitually. And it is this wonderful, adaptive, evolutionarily advantageous opportunity to rethink your commitments and to accept some harsh truths. It wasn't until Joe Biden got COVID that he recognized the reality that he should not run for a second term. So every time you get sick, every time you get depressed, every time you're down, every time you stop your habitual exertions, it's a wonderful opportunity to rethink your priorities, to consider different priorities and different ways that you will use your time and energy going forward, to run through in your mind what might happen if you change, and then try a different path if what you're currently doing is not working.
So you're constantly under adrenal attack. So there's other components to it, but they're highly linked that it goes from stress to burnout to depression, especially if it's completely unaddressed. So if you're having stress, it's not to say, oh, stress is bad because it'll lead to burnout and then it'll lead to depression. It's far more about, okay, how do I create a stress that's actually very positive in my life, right? So it's a life that is completely unstressful, doesn't feel productive or meaningful or bountiful, and one that is completely stressful doesn't work either. So it's more about how do I balance my stress, and there's a whole bunch of tools that we can go into to get to that. But if you don't recognize that it goes from stress to burnout to depression, you don't have as much motivation to get off that train and to really address the stress.
I think he's
right away while it's happening. So in this guided experiment, you're going to get to feel what it's like in your body when there's stress that is helpful and when there's stress that is harmful to you. And it's really easy, but the first thing we need to do is just get comfortable. So close your eyes, relax, get your body comfortable.
Okay, that's Joe Hudson. I guess I'll leave it there. I'll talk to you guys later. Bye-bye.